Good evening, everybody. Welcome in. Hi. Hello, 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 hello. What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you guys all being here. Airtime in about 4 minutes. We're going to hit that pre-roll here in just a moment. And go ahead and knock this thing out. Thank you. Appreciate it. How you doing, Jason? Airtime in 4 minutes, Mark. Guys, good evening. Welcome in. Talking Trek goes live in 4 minutes. Get your pre-rolls in. You know what I forgot in the show announcement there, Tarpy? Daggone it. I know what I forgot. I forgot to remind everybody to go get your favorite flavor of Ghost Energy. As you sit down to enjoy tonight's episode of Talking Trek, we invite you to pop open a fridge, grab yourself a can of delicious ice-cold Ghost Energy, and pop that top. For 200 milligrams of natural caffeine, 1,000 milligrams of carnitine for legendary energy, epic focus with zero sugar, and as few as 5 calories. Ghost Energy tonight. My flavor of choice, Strawbango. That's where we're going tonight. Strawbango. Get your Ghost Energy from Amazon using ! Amazon or !Amazon in the official Discord. Use that link, support the show, and buy your normal everyday products, including your monthly subscription to legendary Ghost Energy. Ah, that's good stuff right there. Thank you, Enterprise. While we're doing a couple of show endorsements, we could go ahead and talk about our brand new musical provider. That would be lickd.co. That's lickd.co. Legendary for streamers on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, and a bunch of other places. Here it is. YouTube, Instagram, X, Twitch, TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, Vimeo. What the hell's Vimeo? Whatever your streaming platform, you can find officially licensed and copyright-free music. And when I say copyright-free, I mean with your license here, you are officially given the license to use this copywritten material. Check them out over other music services. With tens of thousands of tracks in the library, there's a genre for every streamer. Check it out at lickd.co. That's lickd.co. Welcome in. Talking Trek is live. Appreciate you guys all being here. What's going on? I am your host, UltimatDJz. And this is Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast tonight. The controversial DTI store faction rollout change. The movement taking the Discord by storm. Tarpy, hashtag free DTI. We're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about what it means for downline content. We're going to talk about what changed. And we're going to give you, community, an opportunity to sound off. MD says in the chat, hashtag free gala. And you know what, MD, that is exactly how I liken this incident to everybody else. So when I talk about how important this is, that's exactly what I say. I say this is another free gala moment. We're going to talk about it, and we're going to talk about what it means for you and what it means for Scopely with downline future content as we prepare on tonight's episode of Talking Trek. Thank you guys so very much. Appreciate you guys all being here. I want to hear from you. Where are you from? This is a Talking Trek server sound off. You guys punch it up in chat, and let's see who all is represented here tonight. Raj is kicking us off on server 9. Thank you so very much. Sherlock Holmes on server 27. Royal Power, server 36. Tarpy on 70. Appreciate you being here. Spectre on server 11. Noon Whistle says, hashtag 29 free DTI. It's not spam. Bizarro on 15, because he wrote it in a different way. Stradalorian on server 9. Benny Hills Ghost on 42. Timothy on 93. What's going on? Appreciate you guys all being here. General Darkfire on server 70. What's going on? How is you? What you doing? Here, let's check out what's going on over on YouTube, shall we? YouTube chat, what's going on over there? Brian on 44, thank you. Wristbreaker on 70. Bob is on 710. Don on 14, what's going on? Flopper on server 70. Dave on 15, what's going on? Dekix saying, Dekix, what are you doing, baby boy? What? You know what I saw earlier, Tarpy? I saw Dekix in chat now. I saw Ripper in chat earlier today. I'm telling you, good controversies bring everybody out of the woodwork. I saw Bubba Joe earlier today. We got to see the whole gang is all back together here today. What's going on? Captain Bull on the flagship server 15. Thank you, Odysseus on 11. RSDJ says, I think we've got all the servers here. There may be. I don't know. We're going to explore everything tonight. I want to say thank you guys very much. Appreciate you guys all being here. Great Colt as a brand new chatter, first time chatter on server 53. Thank you. Grease Monkey on 13. I see first time chatter MD in the chat. Appreciate that very much. You guys are on point tonight. Askin and Delisha saying we need new emotes, DJs. Tarpy, do you see what you can you see what you might be able to do? We're gonna need apparently pitchforks and torches as a new emote here on the Twitch channel. We're gonna have to work on that a little bit. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can come up with there. Let me say a couple of thank yous real quick as we're getting ready to start the show. Fives, thank you for the 35-month resub. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Jace is the man, 31 months. Your Way, 29 months. Sugar Bean on 14 months. Thank you very much for the resub there. Pedro with your bits. Indominus Prime and Delisha. Insidious One with the 7-month resub. Thank you, Don Zeno, 29 months. Freelancer for the bits. Daystros with the 11-month resub. Indominus Prime dropping 5 gifted in the chat. Thank you very much for that. Odysseus with the bits. Darth Blood for the 26-month resub. And let me say a big shout out and thank you and welcome for the show of camaraderie. Thank you for the raid. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Tiberians here. What's going on, Tibbs? Are you ready? You ready to step in, buddy? The Tiberians are here. Thank you, Tibbs. Appreciate that. I hope your stream was eventful. I hope that you guys had some great conversations. We have been having great conversations over here as well. The Talking Trek team, all of us. Griffin, who was unable to be here tonight, and I'll explain that a little bit later. Tarpy, Jules Verne, who's going to try to stop in a little bit tonight, but he's on daddy duty tonight. We've got a lot to update you on. We've got a lot to share with you, and kind of just how everything has come to play. over the last 24 hours. It's absolutely kind of crazy. Lord Iscarin, thank you for the 25 months. Zerg, thank you for the 34 months. Shadow Wolves and Lord Iscarin, again, thank you for your bits. Darth Blood, thank you for the resub. Appreciate that. Q, thank you very much. Tremius, thank you for the 27 months. You guys are all coming out of the woodwork tonight. We appreciate that so very, very much. Tarpy, dispensing with the pleasantries tonight. There will be no stupid news. I got no commercial breaks. It was literally just, it's time to get on the air. It's time to talk. It's time to discuss what happened. If people don't know, because there are, listen, Tarpy, if there's one thing that we know, it is, according to mathematics, our show touches less than 5% of active players of this game. All right. The official Discord touches less than 10% of active players for this game. It's mind-blowing numbers. The vast majority of players don't interact on social media. They don't interact on Discord. They don't follow content creators. They're not on Facebook. All right. Which means 90% of people have no access to information as to what is happening inside the game on a daily routine basis. Now, even out of the 10% that are on the official Discord and out of the 3% that live on this Discord and consume this content, some of them may also not be aware. So, Tarpy, one of the things that we're going to do tonight is we are going to break down exactly what happened. Captain Bull asked the ever-important question, did Hammy tell you that you had to be respectful towards my mom? He did not. You lose that one today, sir. I do not have to, in fact, be respectful towards your mother, okay? Don't. It's not a thing. I do appreciate that. I did see that comment on the official Discord. And I'm going to say this. Hammy has had a very rough couple of days. All right? All the CMs have, really. The CMs, we've said this before, that the CMs are essentially the meat shields. They are the ones that are forward-facing. They're the ones who are front and center. Even yesterday, I was very, very vocal in many Discords, including Tarpy, official Discord. I never go to official Discord. I went to official Discord yesterday. Yep.
Would be concerned.
You should be concerned. I had to check myself for a fever, okay? I was over on official Discord. I had to be there. I had to we had to discuss. There were things that we had to talk about. I know all the humanity, absolutely correct. It was a terrible place to be yesterday, and for that, a special appreciation goes out to the CMs, including Obsidian Hamster. That being said, communication yesterday was admittedly not good. All right. I don't necessarily blame the community managers for that. After all, they can only do what they're allowed to do. All right. This communication, this rollback, this change to the DTI faction store, that did not come from the communications managers, the community managers. I can tell you right now. Paulie, that wasn't his call. Okay. It just wasn't. I can tell you. All right. Hammy decided that that Hammy was not the one who decided that he was going to make everybody angry, all right, by applying cooldowns to the DTI faction store. We're going to talk about it. By the way, just in case anybody is curious, Tarpy, about where I stand. Is anybody curious about where I stand?
You're sitting right now.
You're right. I'm sitting with my special custom-made free DTI t-shirt. Okay? Absolutely. It's right here. It is handwritten. Can I stand? I could stand. All right. It is handwritten. It is autographed by me. All right. And did I design this on a graphic designer? Yeah, no, I made this by hand today. All right. I made this by hand. Tarpy, if you wanna grab a screenshot, I'll put it in the Galaxy graphics room for the podcast audience. Okay. Right here. Should I auction it off? I like this shirt.
Here, smile for the camera.
Cheese. Everybody, hey, let's take a group picture, can we? Can we do this? Group picture. Ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Free DTI. All right. Good job, everybody. That's a great picture. Thank you.
Oh my god.
I know.
This is starting off well.
Listen, that's where I stand. Okay, we're going to talk about it, and I'm going to talk about why I do. Because listen, there is a lot going on here. There are a lot of moving pieces. All right, and I'm not here to strictly go nuclear on Scopely. I know that was promised. I probably am going to be nuclear at some point tonight, but it is not without passion. It is not without data. It is not without logic. It is not without reason. And I am going to open the floor to you guys tonight. I am going to allow you guys to speak up. I want to hear from you on what the possible solutions are. And by the way, do I think that a pure, straight-up rollback is the answer? That's ultimately what I would like to have, but it comes at a risk. It comes with potential drawback down the road. All right, and I'm going to prepare you guys for what that might look like. So therefore, you guys can be armed with information so that we can appropriately respond with our professional, respectful, and polite feedback, as I will always encourage. Mord says there's always a cost, and you're absolutely right. There is always a cost. But we don't know what those costs are. We don't know what those costs are. As a matter of fact, we don't even know what the costs were supposed to be coming into this. And this is my number one. This is my number one issue, is simply the lack of preparation, the lack of knowledge, the lack of proper communication, and why that has to be acknowledged. Has to be. Indominus says Scopely has broken the trust. Their first attempt to spin this feels dishonest. The comp post was more honest, but still missed the mark by a country mile. And Alicia says, answer, like the artifact shards, make officer unlocks be available to a specific tier level, maybe tier 2, tier 3. We're going to talk about some of those things, all right? We're going to talk about what Stradalorian calls a lack of foresight. I am going to refer to it more as disconnection. All right, and I'm going to share some of that with you a little bit here as well. All right. Let's first, Tarpy, explain what factually happened. All right. We're going to step inside the DTI faction store because, by the way, this does not affect everybody. And I will say, while I am always motivated by the passion of the community. While I am always motivated by the passion of the community, Tarpy, it does sometimes feel a little bit silly to me when people will rabble without actually knowing what happened. Or without knowing what impacted them. Or without being impacted in any way, shape, or form. You know? So let's talk about what actually happened. Inside the DTI, the Temporal Directive Faction Store. Okay, I'm going to pop this up on your screen for those of you watching live. Inside the DTI Faction Store, there are a number of things that you can purchase with two types of credits. The static DTI credits and the charged DTI credits, okay? And for the record, when we're talking about DTI, not that it matters in this context, but it is Department of Temporal Investigations. Now, I emphasize that word because it's important to me, all right? And I'm going to share with you why coming up here in just a little bit. But that is important to me. It's also important to one Jules Verne, who I hope is able to come tonight. And if not, I'm going to do my absolute best to present his position. But the Department of Temporal Investigations, this whole faction was built around the Department of Temporal Investigation. This whole thing was built around the Crenum. All right? The Year of Hell series in Voyager that was all about time travel, temporal disruption, okay? Everything about this screams temporal, time. Everything is great. Okay? Now, we look throughout the rest of the store. We see building materials. We see Syndicate XP. We see officer shards, Sigma speed ups if you are of the appropriate ops. We see chaos tech. We see artifacts, okay? We see officers. There are favors in here, ship parts, research materials, faction credits. One might argue that this is actually a very well-built store. People are generally, let me just ask you this. During the course of your daily clicks, hey, Edward, what's going on? He says, DJ, fix it. I'm trying. During the course of your daily clicks, specifically in the faction stores, where do you spend the most time? Is it in the Augment faction? X-Borg. That got a facelift here recently. I see Shelby saying Section 31. You know what? I do spend some time in Section 31. Absolutely. Brett says Bajoran. Really? You spend a lot of time in the Bajoran store? There's not as many redeems in there as there used to be, I guess. Amber says there's 1 billion daily clicks. That's my point. That's my point. Where do you spend the most time? Where have you clicked the most buttons? Jules says DTI by far. Spectre agrees DTI. Wolfwood says X-Borg, Section 31, and Terran? Okay. I'm not making fun, I promise. Maybe you do spend time in Terran. Spock said it's DTI for me. Andy says, I click on DJ's Twitch stream too much. Agreed, and I love you for it. All right, some people say Section 31. This is fine. DTI is probably where I spend a great deal of time. If I was going to break it down by the two stores that I spend the most time, it would definitely be Section 31 and DTI. Those are the two that I spend the most time in. And DTI, I spend a lot of time in DTI. A lot of clicks. What that means to us, community, is that this store contains a lot of high-value items. All right? And up until this point, one of the higher value items comes to players who are a little bit later in their ops progression. Does anybody know the ops level at which this farming mechanic came into play? And by the way, I'm going to explain this fully. Scopely knows, obviously, that's why they killed it. All right? But where does it actually start? Riskbreaker says, I'm 5 days away from my free relativity. That's why they did it. Well, that's debatable. But I will still say, for anybody else who is getting their free relativity, that's not the only criteria for what is actually going on here. Burton says it starts at 60. Divine says 61. I actually thought it was 60. That's right, Piano Man. Artifact Gallery, level 60. Means you got to be a G6 player. Okay? For the record, anybody... There's two different things
60
here.
Still G5?
I guess technically it is 60. Technically it is 60. We'll go with that. All right? And you guys know what we're talking about with the Kretum Time weapon. All right? And I'm going to explain this here in a moment. Jules isn't here, so I'm going to do my best. But you guys remember the video that we did years ago about farming transporter patterns? And by the way, I'm going to liken this, Scopely. I'm going to liken this to transporter patterns, because it is. It's an overflow mechanic. The overflow mechanic for officers has been around for 6 years. Okay, now granted, it's not necessarily ops locked, but isn't it? This is another overflow mechanic that has been in place now for multiple months. It was praised when it came out as being, quote, the perfect overflow mechanic. And what we're talking about is specifically the use of something called temporal disruptors. Now, with temporal disruptors, they are used to unlock, upgrade, and then eventually overcharge your temporal artifacts. All right. To find out about your temporal artifacts, you can come into your faction store down at the bottom of your screen, click on the little tab that says artifacts, and you have something called temporal restorations. Inside temporal restorations, you will see all of the artifacts that are able to be either acquired and or unlocked or upgraded with temporal disruptors. That's what these little orange looking things are. Okay. Temporal disruptors. Now, they are a challenge in the beginning. Okay. KJ says, DJs, today it was stated that no one officially called it an overflow, and that was a content creator mistake. Okay. Yeah, I saw that. And you know what? There are people who would have you be convinced that this is my fault. Get real. Get real. That's my only comment to that. KJ. All right. Complete and utter ridiculousness. Now, back to temporal disruptors. Temporal disruptors are the upgrade and or unlock item that allow you to proceed with upgrading your temporal artifacts. Temporal artifacts only go to level 8. Okay? Temporal artifacts go up to level 8, and then after that time, some of them will convert to using something called a temporal remnant. Okay? By the way, not all of them do. And this is something very, very important that we are going to distinguish a little bit later in the show. How many versions of artifacts are there actually? There's actually 6 different versions of artifact. Does that blow anybody's mind? 6 different versions. Shelby says only 3. What? Nope, there's 6. 3 plus 3. Because, and T-Red says, what does he mean by versions? Okay, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and get into that. I'll go ahead and share that with you now. When I talk about versions, we're talking about the generation of release and the method at which they are upgraded. For example, we go back to the first generation of temporal artifact. The first generation of temporal artifact included items like the Great Eye of Aura, the Orb of Prophecy, okay? The Orb of Time. These are uncommons. Very, very beginning. Crazy says, shout out to Jules. Love the spreadsheets. He made these. All right? So this first generation, by the way, allowed you to actually, and this is a very important observation, they allowed you to unlock via temporal restoration, that tab. That means you could unlock them with temporal disruptors. Then, upon the unlock, you were able to upgrade. Now, by the way, Riskbreaker, I'm not talking about just artifacts. I'm talking specifically temporal. Listen, if you take isolytic out of the equation, you take generic out of the equation, we're talking 6 different varieties, 6 different flavors of just temporal artifacts. So this first one allows you to unlock via temporal restoration. We will call that true free-to-play, T-Red. All right? You earn temporal disruptors every single day. You can go in and you can unlock via a temporal restoration. Once you unlock it, you are able then to upgrade it also via temporal restoration. Meaning, once you unlock it, you can use the exact same currency and then be able to upgrade those mechanics or upgrade those artifacts. Cool. The remnants, therefore, that comes at levels 9 through 12. Okay? Levels 9 through 12, then, are this overflow, the getting it to what we would refer to as like a max level 8, and then it uses a specialty currency, a secondary currency, to go up to level 12. Those are called temporal remnants. Okay? Version number 2 of these temporal artifacts are artifacts, for example, like Geordi's Visor or the Zalconian Storage Capsule. These artifacts can only be unlocked via pack. Cash only. No grinder's path. No loop. Nowhere to get them. Okay? They just got to be purchased. But once you purchase them, once you get the unlock, guess what? They then can be upgraded using the same temporal disruptors. So you're only buying that artifact one time. Then it's grindable to upgrade. What happens when you get to the remnants? Same thing. You convert the remnants from the temporal disruptors, and you complete levels 9 through 12. Okay? Then we're going to come down to, we're going to skip and go to the third generation. All right, we're going to skip over these rares. We're going to go to the third version, the third flavor of temporal artifact, the Section 31 artifacts. The Section 31 artifacts are the ones that we can talk about in the faction store. We come down and take a look at things like the DTI temporal device and Scotty's Trident scanner. Okay, Amelia Earhart's plane, the LERPA, DTI flak, Friendship 1 probe. And by the way, these are indeed 12-level artifacts. Okay? But they do not use an overflow mechanic. They don't use remnants. So instead of 8 levels of temporal disruptors and then 4 more levels of temporal remnant, it just goes straight up to level 12. I am not correct about Scotty's scanner. Sorry, Burton. I misspoke on that one. There are only 4. Amelia Earhart's plane, Friendship 1 probe, LERPA, and DTI plaque. Scotty's Trident scanner is not one of those. I misspoke. Okay? That's called a mistake. I can admit it and correct it. Amelia Earhart's plane, Friendship 1 probe, LERPA, DTI plaque. Okay? Those 4 are exclusively earned inside the Section 31 store and do not use remnants. Now, I am going to earmark this one. I'm going to call special attention to the third generation here. Okay? You guys remember this. We're going to come back. We're going to come back to this. Divine says they don't even use disruptors. You're right. No remnants, no disruptors, no overflow, nothing. It's just done. Okay? And I'm going to come back to this one in a minute as a possible solution for this whole debacle. All right, let's go to our next version. We're going to call that, Jules has it labeled as the 5th generation. All right? But Emperor's ceremonial uniform, which is, by the way, pay only to unlock, pay only to upgrade, and there are no remnants. Whoa, DJ, what are you talking about? What do you mean pay only to upgrade? I thought once we unlocked it, then you could go into the artifact store and use temporal disruptors to continue upgrading it. Right? Isn't that how they all work? You know what? Sure. Except when you unlock that artifact, you can come in here to your artifacts tab, and there is not a bundle that presents in the game. You cannot upgrade it with temporal disruptors in the artifact store. Can't be done. All right, then you've got generation number 5, all right, which would be, in this case, the Kirshara artifact. Unlockable and upgradable specifically through Alliance tournaments. However, you've got the Borth Time Crystal, Iconian Gateway, Chromoth B Portal. All of these are able to be unlocked and upgraded through the Temporal Restoration. Then you have Emperor Giorgio's Crown, specifically Terran faction. No remnants. This is most likened to the Section 31s. Arc specific, loop specific, with no remnants, and one method at which to upgrade that artifact. Cool. Fine. You got the strand of Krenim hair, Krenim time weapon, Janeway's pocket watch. DTI artifacts. Now, even within these, it's weird, right? Let's talk about why it's weird. The DTI faction allows you access to the Krenim time weapon and Janeway's pocket watch, the two artifacts that are at the center of this controversy. Why? They are 12-level artifacts that do use remnants. And what I mean by that is if you come into the Krenim time weapon in the artifact tab, you have 8 levels with the final 4 levels being temporal disruptors, just like some of the others. Okay? You have 8 levels and then 4 levels of remnant. So when you're looking at this spreadsheet, you can upgrade them. You can earn those using the credits, the static and charge DTI credits that we talked about earlier, to get it to level 8. And then, once you get it to level 8, here's where the magic happened for a certain group of player. Once that magic occurred, you could then come in here to the Temporal Restorations tab, and you could convert your excess shards into temporal disruptors. I currently have 20 extra Krenim time weapon shards. I could then turn those into temporal disruptors. And then, if I wanted, here's where I had a choice. I could convert them into temporal remnants, or here's where the overflow mechanic becomes praiseworthy. I can take those extra shards, and by the way, this was the design from the beginning. Nobody can convince you otherwise. Because the Great Eye of Aura was the one that we started with. And you could take extra shards of the Great Eye of Aura that you earned in Xindi Armada loot boxes. You would take those extra shards, you would convert them to temporal disruptors, and you would take those temporal disruptors and work on upgrading your next temporal artifact. And then you would do it again and again and again until you got 5 temporal artifacts to level 8. And by the way, some people modified that strategy. They went ahead and took the Great Eye of Aura all the way to level 12. Before they started working on some of the others. Why? It was an efficiency artifact. This artifact gave you a reduced cost on the shard count of temporal disruptors needed for all of the other artifacts. Tricky said, same thing. Shelby says, yep, efficiency took mine straight to 12. Amber says, I also took mine straight to 12. Then your temporal disruptors went further. Then you would take those overflows, the temporal disruptors, and you would start investing into others. Some people did the Chronoton sample. Some people did the Stone of Memory. Some people worked on whatever else is in here. Some people, by the way, went with the uncommons. Why? Because they were cheaper and they were faster to get to level 8. Because you needed 5 of them at level 8 in order to maximize your return of temporal remnants, the overflow mechanic. And that is in your refinery. Once you got 5 temporal artifacts to level 8, you maximized your return, meaning the more temporal disruptors that you put in got you the maximum number of temporal remnants out. What are temporal remnants? That comes back to the spreadsheet. The temporal remnants were applicable to levels 9 through 12 of a large number, but not all, of the artifacts that were available through the various loops introduced into this game. Now, you could take a look at, I say not all, look at the Star Dispatch By the way, a pay-only item. 12 levels. No remnants, no upgrade path, no unlock path. Straight pay all the way to 12. The Section 31 beacon, same thing. Pay to unlock, pay to upgrade, all the way through 12, no remnants ever. Now, why this was the overflow mechanic of the remnants and the temporal disruptors was widely praised when it came out because it was the perfect overflow mechanic. And by the way, for anybody telling you that it was never officially an overflow mechanic, they are blowing hot air. Okay? It's BS and we all know it. It was an overflow mechanic.
A rose by any other name, DJs.
A rose by any other name is still but a rose. Or something to that effect. Whatever that quote is.
Would smell as sweet.
Would,
yes,
yeah, thank you. Thank you, Karkin. Appreciate that very much. Obviously, I knew I was correct on that.
You can say a duck is a duck, quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, sounds like a duck. It's a bloody duck.
It's a duck! All right. Now, Mord says they haven't changed the overflow mechanic. You're right. You're right. The temporal remnants still exist. The frequency at which you're going to be able to farm them has changed. So, is it the remnant mechanic that we should be upset about? No. It's not. Good call, Mord. I like it. You're moving ahead of me. You're faster than I am, Mord. So, what happened is inside the most recent set of temporal artifacts, inside the DTI faction store, there was the introduction of the Krenum time weapon and Janeway's pocket watch. The Krenum time weapon used static DTI credits, and Janeway's pocket watch used charged DTI credits. One artifact for each variety of credit. The surprise 4 months ago when this store was introduced, and I do say a surprise. Listen, I'm not here to throw shade. I'm not here to lie. I'm not here to spread misinformation. It was surprising. Here was a store that offered an item with no cooldown. Shocking, actually. Nobody expected that. As a matter of fact, we all expected it was a bug. You remember? Listen, don't pretend that you didn't think it was a bug. We all thought it was a bug. But bugs happen. Bugs get fixed. This one didn't. It continues on. So, what players did should be of no surprise. They would come in and they would pull the Krenum time weapon with a bucket of 4, and then they would do it again. And then they would do it again. And then they could do it again. And then they realized they could do it again.
If they had the credits to buy it, of course.
Oh my God, Karkin, thank you. If they had the credits. The credits were the actual gate. You had to participate. You had to earn the credits in order to use this particular mechanic. What is the mechanic? The mechanic is like we talked about with transporter patterns. It would literally be, as I would quote it, farming temporal disruptors. Okay, that's fine. We'll farm it. What is required to farm temporal disruptors in this method? This is where I do get a little bit of a giggle about people who don't really know what they're upset about. Because it requires a pretty high ops level. Let's take a look. The Krenum time weapon requires artifact gallery level 60. 60. Not.
And the rep from the DTI store.
Well, we'll
to be
get
the
there,
equivalent
Karkin.
when
Hang
you
on.
purchase those
Let me.
items.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. Hang on. Not there yet. Requires Alliance Gallery 60. Just out of curiosity, does anybody know what ops you have to be to build Artifact Gallery level 60?
I'm going to guess 60.
You got to be ops level 60. Good guess, Tarpy. So you got to be ops 60 to take advantage of this farm. Moreover, you also have to have participated to a point where you have either the highest reputation or the next highest reputation. Can't remember right off. Here we go. We're going to take a look. You have to have... Oh, I can't find it. This is where I wish I had Jules. What is it? The next highest level of reputation?
I'm fairly certain that one was max. You had to
So
max.
so it had to be
final
maxed. Okay,
rep level.
fair.
Yeah.
You guys
I'm
tell me.
fairly certain of that.
Amber says max rep for Janeway's pocket watch. Okay, fair enough. So you had to have finished the loop, right? Had to have finished the loop. Or been very near. Wade says it was the one right before max for the Krenum time weapon, and Janeway's pocket watch was indeed maximum. Spider Monkey says that's no fun. Well, it was definitely a little bit of a grind, right? I mean, it was a little bit of a grind. Time, armadas almost daily. Those armadas were not easy. They're not even armadas. They were invading entities. You had to strategize about those. Those had to be done differently. They had to be a little bit tricky. And by the way, without significant punch-up mechanics, you still could not max your daily pulls out of this refinery. And what I'm referring to are the number of credits that you can earn. For example, at my level, at my reputation level, I have to have just shy of 2 million wreckage every day. That's not a gimme.
Way higher than what I need.
That's not a gimme. That's a challenge. So you had to fully engage. You had to grind. Some people paid. Some people paid and ground to get to a point where the mechanic of the game allowed you to take advantage of what we referred to, yes, as an overflow mechanic, the end game mechanic. That, by the way, was only available to late stage players, Ops 60 and higher. Now, there was recently a new mechanic introduced into the game, Tarpy. This mechanic was referred to as the Independent Archives, if I believe correctly. Independent Archives, sound familiar, anybody? Mastery?
A little bit.
Sound familiar? As a matter of fact, you guys love it, right? We scream for new updates to the Independent Archives. Why? It sunsets a loop. It ends a grind. It is the end game for a specific loop in the game. Wham says, Mastery. There you go. Ice Wolf says, shimmy, shimmy, Cocoa Puffs. I like the archives. I think I probably didn't sing that properly. But I'm going to go with it. I'll own it. All right.
It also
Mastery.
speeds up progression in those loops
Sure it
while
does.
you're still there.
Sure it does.
So, like, good for everybody.
Yeah. So on your way, it speeds up the loop. And once you hit a final milestone, it basically ends the loop. So let's talk very briefly here about how the DTI store ended the temporal artifact loop. And by the way, again, full disclosure here. Mord, full disclosure. thought it was a bug when it started. If they had come out and said it was a bug, if they had fixed it in a week, they'd fixed it in 2 weeks, I would have gotten it. I totally would have understood. There are very few people in this game who can honestly say that they didn't expect that it was a bug. It just stuck around. 4 months later, it's not a bug anymore. It's precedent. It's the mechanic. 4 months in, it becomes normal. It becomes every day. It becomes practice. Now, how this ended a loop was that once you were Artifact Gallery level 60. Here's the thing, Mord. He says 4 months is not a long time in this game. Is it just 4 months? Is it just the time it takes to max the reputation? Or is it also having the strength to hit the targets necessary to fully fund your refinery at 2 million loot a day? Let's not pretend that Op 60 is just a gimme these days. Tarpy, what was mastery on the Vidar Talios?
58.
What about Voyager?
51, I think.
What about Monavine?
51.
I think
Way to
Voyager
give me a quiz.
I think Voyager was 55.
I don't remember.
I don't remember exactly. Yeah, it has been a minute. None of these, Voyager was 54. Right? None of these were gimme milestones unless you were already past there. So eventually, it could absolutely be argued that it becomes a common practice, that it becomes the mechanic, and that this actually was the design intent, that you get mastery at 60. And by the way, what does that mastery entail? What did it do? It closed the book on all temporal artifacts that were already grindable up to that point. Didn't do anything to the pay ones. Didn't give paid content to anybody. It took the grinder's path and accelerated it, not infinitesimally. It was not the snap of a finger, because you were still time gated by the directives, which are, by the way, 1 a day. And you were time gated by the refinery, which required a crazy amount of loot to keep fully funded. So you were still gated by those things. It's not like once I hit this point, snap my fingers and I'm done. I still had to continue to grind. It was my overflow mechanic. It was my end game. This was the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. My incentive for chasing the DTI faction. My incentive for finishing out the other officers, finishing out the other chaos techs, finishing out the favors, finishing out the speed ups, the syndicate, the building, whatever it was. It was, as Bajoran gives you, the materials and ship parts at the end of the loop. By the way, Bajoran is heralded still as one of the best loops in the game. So, what players did, what they did, how it was mastery, is they could pull the Krenim time weapon a number of times, receive a bulk load of temporal disruptors, and then, by the way, those temporal disruptors could instantaneously be turned around and spent. Not a problem. It's not an unlimited supply of temporal disruptors. Right? But they could turn around and be spent on the others, meaning that the Krenim time weapon, finishing the Krenim time weapon, therefore accelerated your ability to go back and finish the other grindable temporal artifacts, the ones that were already upgradable using the temporal restoration, the temporal disruptors that Scopely gives for free on a daily basis. You just get them faster. Sound like mastery, anybody? So 4 months later, when this hasn't been changed, is it unfair for the community to expect that this is indeed the latest model of mastery introduced into the game? There are 6 loops that have been introduced into mastery. The most recent of which, I believe, was what? 3, 4, 5 months ago? It's been a minute. The Krenim DTI faction loop was introduced 4 months ago with an end game mechanic that accelerated the completion of the temporal mechanic grind. Those are facts. Now, I am going to call out every elephant in the room. I am going to give everybody an opportunity to voice their opinion, right, wrong, or indifferent. I am going to do all of those things. So, in fairness, I am also going to point out that in the chat, people are saying, well, this was all about alliance tournaments. You think?
No.
I don't think it was all about alliance tournaments, but you're right. By banking up those shards, but here's why I disagree with that. Because you can still do it. If you pull the Krenim time weapon every single day, you're going to get those shards that you can bulk convert into temporal disruptors when it comes time for alliance tournaments. Alliance tournaments are unaffected by this change. All right? It's completely unaffected by this change. So it's not alliance tournaments.
Do they?
Change your screen,
Not, oh yeah.
by the way. Change your screen. There you go.
Amber says alliance tournaments was what made them see it. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. We've been talking about this for months. We praised it in month 1. Mr. Tiger was on our stage. Here's how I know it was intended. We've got evidence that it was intended. Mr. Tiger was on this stage, on this show. Go back and listen to the show. He talked about the overflow mechanic. He talked about the temporal disruptors. He talked about mastery. Oh, crap. Huh. So a week in, we learned it wasn't a bug. And players used it. Now, free-to-play are going to prepare to unlock this ship in the coming days. And now there's been a change to the cooldown. The cooldown doesn't allow you to lump sum refine these items anymore. The announcement came yesterday that to balance the game, they've added a cooldown to the Chaos Tech, the Officer Shards, and the Artifact Bundles. This change helps keep progression balanced by smoothing out how quickly chests like those containing artifacts and temporal disruptors can be earned through DTI credit exchanges. The funny line in that statement is that they didn't mention anything about officers, yet the officers were included in the list. They specifically fingered artifacts and temporal disruptors. The community riots, loses their minds. I'm with you. I did as well. So today, A retraction. No, not a retraction, Divine. Today, a compromise is pitched to remove the cooldown from the artifacts levels 1 through 7 and institute the cooldown on level 8. Now, what this mechanically does is prevents the farming of temporal remnants, not temporal disruptors. Okay? Because you're still earning those. By earning these shards, let me rephrase. You're earning the shards for the artifacts of Janeway's Pocket Watch and the Krenim Time Weapon, but those can't be a wild card anymore. They can't be a wild card. Now, see the question. Ross says, what if we don't level it above 7 and keep pulling shards? I'll tell you why that is potentially dangerous. Because then you can't ever use them. Because the conversion to temporal disruptors and remnants does not appear until you get it to level 8. If you stay at level 7, yes, you can continue to pull all the shards you want to your little heart's delight. Then you just can't use them. You can't use them. That's even worse. It's gone. They're gone. Until you go to level 8. So, let's talk about what this means strategically, by the way. And we're all about the facts, the science, the math here, Tarpy. Let me ask you a question, community. If you're Ops 55, Artifact Gallery 51, and you're level 6 on the Krenim Time Weapon, and you are at max DTI reputation, what are you doing? Killer J says can't do anything. Nope. If you're Ops 55, Artifact Gallery 51, and you got max DTI reputation, and your artifact, your Krenim Time Weapon's at level 6, take it to 7 and stay there. And by the way, let me be very clear. I am not suggesting, I am not teaching, I am not pointing out anything other than strategic facts given the information of today's gameplay client, today's status. Because you have to be Artifact Gallery 60 to take advantage of it. So don't take your artifacts to level 8. Leave them at 7. Why? Because you can continue to pull all the shards you want, and you are not yet at the level of mastery that allows you to convert them to temporal disruptors in the first place. So pull all you want. Webster says, how are you Ops 55 and your artifact gallery is only 51? That seems weird. Well, okay, fine. Maybe you're at Ops 55 and your artifact gallery is 55. Maybe it is.
That building's hard to upgrade, though.
It's not fast. All right? Just saying. If you're not Artifact Gallery 60, don't take it to level 8. And keep pulling. Just keep pulling. Just keep pulling. Just keep pulling. Just keep pulling. Okay? Because eventually, when you get to Artifact Gallery level 60, you will be able to cash in on disruptors and maybe still potentially get yourself an opportunity at finishing out a lot of other artifacts. So why are people mad? Why are people angry? Tarpy, why are people mad?
That's because they can be.
That's fair. People are mad for a number of reasons. I'm going to throw some out to you. One would be no communications. No announcement. Just a wake up and surprise ninja nerf that you can no longer bulk drop your DTI faction credits. That's a problem. Okay? We're going to talk about why that's a problem here in a moment. What's another one? Hypodermic says, I'm mad because I am now forced to slow down on my officers. Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. It was a phenomenal officer mechanic for the specific officers that were in there. Who those officers were? Leslie. Okay? You can't get Leslie anywhere else. That was great. Leslie is not sourced. Who else? Beer. Great officer. Beer's a great officer. If you don't have him maxed, you should be chasing him. Absolutely. Who else? Vial. Oh, yeah, Vial. Vial's great.
Laura.
Tolra. DJz Tolra. Great. Both of those officers, great. Why? Tolra is an Armada loot officer. Vial is an Armada crit chance officer. Vial is your Borg Hugh. They significantly impact your ability in the game. Why wouldn't you want to chase them? Brilliant observation. Totally gives synergy to Tolra. All right? Totally gives synergy to DJz Tolra. So that one, I didn't invest in Totally myself. I didn't. Okay? Well, and you don't need to tier up Totally to get the extra loot, shall we? Okay? Now, Mord says in a live game, you should be able to change things. You know what? I agree with you 100%. 1,000%. I agree. Scopely should have been allowed to do what they did. This is where I'm going to make everybody super mad, Tarpy. Going to make lots of people very mad.
I thought that was my job.
Scopely is allowed to do what they did. Except it would have been nice if they had communicated a 4-month mechanical change. Mord, I am not going to disagree. James the Beast says shill. Hang on, James the Beast. I've been fighting for you guys more than you know, okay? So let me have a chance to finish my thought. They absolutely have a right to change it. As with any reputable, trustworthy business whose players are happy with them, they make those changes in patch notes that are with set dates and upcoming releases. They give notice. They give warning. They make players aware of the changes before they occur. What would that have done in this particular case? If they had simply come out and said, guys, we're making a change. 10 days from now, we're adding cooldowns. Burn your banks now. That would have satisfied one complaint. Not all of them. It would have satisfied one complaint. It would have satisfied the complaint of people like me who are specifically upset at the extreme and severe nullification of paid content. And this is where things get very scary. Does free-to-play have this ship yet? Curious. Asking for a friend. Not quite. Which means it's still paid content, right? And the overflow mechanic has indeed changed. Everything that I have chased for 4 months, everything that I have chased for 4 months, that I have ground out, that I've worked for to achieve mastery. And by the way, mastery as it was promoted and released into the game. Quite frankly, The insinuation that no one officially ever said it was overflow is insulting and moronic. But the fact that the goal of mastery that I was chasing and utilizing my banks for, and by the way, before anybody accuses me of being selfish, I'm going to put my screen back up. I want you guys to look. This does not affect me. I do not have wild banks of credits. I don't have tens or hundreds of thousands of credits. All of my artifacts are not maxed. All of my officers are not maxed. Me, myself, and I would be disappointed at the loss of the cooldown. But honestly, I don't have enough credits for the cooldown to matter to me. So this is not a selfish thing. Because I know that's the next complaint that's going to come. I don't have anything to gain by cooldowns. Other than it's the right thing to do. So before anybody questions that, I'm holding on to like 2,000 credits. 2,000. It ain't bothering me. You know who it is going to bother? How many of you, and by the way, this is going to blow your minds, one's in chat if you have more than 50,000 DTI credits. And by the way, I know that you guys exist. Don't be shy, okay? You guys are supporting my cause right now. Tarpy has more than 50,000 DTI credits. Doss, Allen, Strider, Lazarus, Onion, Spectre, Hal, Hypnos, Canine Tooth, shockingly, Van Man, T-Red, Delmeyer, I Kill You, Mord. Wait, stop writing zeros. You guys are confusing me. Don't write a zero. Do you actually apply? One's in chat if you have more than 50,000. If you don't, then don't write anything. Instructions, people. Instructions. All right, let me start my list over. Okay? I just realized that people were writing zeros, you goof asses. All right. If you have more than 50,000, Broken Wolf, Hypnos, Webster Sponge, Chief Boot, Justin, Hypodermics, JB, Brett, Kildadeal, Shelby, Lazarus, Pirate King, Morpheus, Sun Freelancer, Robotsky, Forgotten Sec. Oh, hi says, I don't know how to follow instructions. Wristbreaker, Tarpy, Duder, Omicron, Andalicia, Fredo, Bat You Down. The list goes on.
Can I ask a question with that?
Mm-hmm.
Of the people who just hit one a bunch of times, who is not G6 and has more than that number of credits? So this is either the charged or the static DTI credits, right?
And it doesn't, it's both of them, and it doesn't matter how much, because there's a converter between the two. All right, so that doesn't necessarily
right, but
matter.
It's not very good. So I'm just looking for anybody who's not G6.
Justin says I'm not
G6
and have over 50,000.
So a much smaller number.
Hypodermics is Ops 58. JB is a G3 player. I'm just kidding. All right.
Of course.
Ham Sam says I'm Ops 60. Had 30,000 this morning. Burnt it into artifacts. Okay, fair enough. C Engineering is 42,000. Here's Deathblade. I have 53,000 credits. I'm Ops 55. Candid Onion, not G6. I've got 50,000 each. Hypno says Ops 42 with 100,000 each. Holy smokes. Now that's impressive. That's impressively large. Now, let me ask the question. This is a great question right here. What are people holding them for? Asked Lloyd. Great question. Great question. If you're below Ops 60.
Spend events.
Ah, thank you. Spend events. On what? Officer recruits?
No,
artifacts?
Special credit event.
Spending special credit events? Absolutely.
That we've only had twice.
Oh, we've had it a couple of times,
Yeah,
but
that means it's now set in precedent.
Hey, it's a great event. I like using it. I've dumped into that. Okay, the Cosmic
Why do you
Assets
think I
event.
saved all mine?
Okay, there you go. All right. Another person might be
rewards aren't
saving.
great.
Another person might be saving for Alliance tournaments. That's a fair thing to call out. What would you be saving for if you're up 60 and above? I'm up 60, and so I might be saving for the Alliance tournament task that says acquire 17,000 temporal disruptors. Okay, let's be fair. If we're going to expect Scopely to be straight up with us, we got to be straight up with them. I might be saving for the temporal disruptor 10,000 point task to acquire 17,000 temporal disruptors. I can do that with this event. By the way, I can still do that. You haven't stopped me, Scopely. That's why I don't feel like that was their intention, guys. Because that still hasn't stopped me. I don't need, Robowski says, I don't need this refinery to complete that task. And I don't need cooldowns to complete that task. I could do it, that task, with the cooldowns. Sugar Relentless says, I spent $45,000 this week on DTI artifacts. Brilliant. People bulk up for any number of reasons. Scopely has trained us in a lot of ways. I bet that $45,000 this week on DTR artifacts probably came during the Cosmic Assets Spend event. So that would be why people hold them. Now, if you introduce cooldowns, and I'm out of snoozes. Twitch is going to make me take a break here in just a second. So we'll do that, and we'll come right back. All right. Matter of fact, for the Twitch audience, I'm going to go ahead and press that button. Thank you guys very much for being here. We got 15 seconds. Ads are going to drop, and then we'll have you join us back in 3 minutes. Okay? Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you listening to Talking Trek. Cruzito said, I thought it was a podcast. Yeah, but I didn't prepare commercials. I wanted to get straight on the air tonight. Oliver had baseball, Cruzito. So I wanted to get straight on the air. I didn't prepare commercials. You want me to play some? I'll pop something up real quick, and I'll play some, and I'll do a song. Let me see if I can get something pulled up fast enough. All right, guys, thank you so much for listening. This is Talking Trek. We're going to take a very quick break here on the podcast stage, and we'll be back right after these messages from our sponsors. I don't have anything. I don't have anything prepared to play. I could play the same one from last time, but that's no fun. And now they're gone. They're at break. Let me see. What do I have? Do I have? Yeah, I got nothing. I could do an infomercial about Ghost Energy.
All right, quick, while they're gone, tell us the real information before they get back.
All right, so see what had happened was could advertise my toy mice and rating DJs. Yeah, I'm not doing that. No way. I don't want anybody to know about that. How are we coming along on that thing, by the way? For those of you, you know what? Here, let's do this, Tarpy, while we're in podcast and while we're in break, waiting for the television audience to return. All right, we could do a couple of promotions. Yep. First of all, thank you guys very much for the amazing turnout during the 24-hour stream. It was absolutely amazing. You guys are incredible. We've made some modifications here on the channel. A lot more listen and win opportunities to win a spot on Talking Trek the Cruise or Star Trek the Cruise, the Talking Trek Cruise sweepstakes. We're doing that. Yeah, might as well be Talking Trek the Cruise. A lot. We had hundreds of people. We had hundreds of people there. Yeah, it's a couple years from now. But we did. We've added a couple of things. We made some modifications with viewer attack and stickers over here on Twitch. But as far as the podcast goes, amazing. I did upload Studio B from Saturday night. I know I was very late in that. Guys, let me tell you something. If you're listening to this right now and you enjoy listening and you've got time spent in a car or working out, guys, go over to Patreon and sign up for Studio B All Access. I'm telling you, it's for the audio version, it's $15. $15. It's literally, yes, Yes, wham, it was 24 hours. It's $15. It's less than the price of a battle pass, and there's probably on average 12 to 15 hours of music content, remix of my performance, 12 to 15 hours a month for $15. You realize that's $1 an hour. $1 an hour for amazing, unique, once in a lifetime content because it's never repeated. You guys get copies of my live shows on Patreon. And it's absolutely incredible. I want to promote it. I want you guys to go check it out. It's available on Patreon. Visit us at TalkingTrekSTFC.com. That's TalkingTrekSTFC.com. Click on the Patreon link at the very, very top, and you can go and support our channel, support Studio B, support Talking Trek. And by the way, those are the same program. So you get access to our gold room. I didn't separate the programs. If you're a supporter of the podcast, you get to support Studio B and vice versa. All right. You can see Iron Chef dancing on camera. All right. That's how that. And Alicia, thank you.
Aw.
And Alicia dropping $100 in chat. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. You are so kind. Thank you.
That gets our stream goal.
Yeah, that gets us to a stream goal. Well, that means we're going to give away 10 cruise entries tonight as well. So that's absolutely amazing. That's right. Iron Chef cuts a mean rug right there. Hey, are we back? Because my screen is frozen. Are we back? Oh, we are back. Okay, good.
The first thing that people heard when they were back was Dr. Iron Chef is amazing at dancing.
Oh yeah,
or whatever that
he's
line
a great
was.
dancer.
But,
fantastic dancer. Yeah, for some reason I can't tell.
Rebuild is still in ads.
Well, my stream manager,
Weird.
my stream manager says we're still in ads, but I can't.
Mine doesn't.
It's very, very odd. Duder says I'll be right back.
Doing weird stuff.
Robotsky says I'm still in ads as well. So yeah, we'll give it another second or so. I don't know how long it's been. There's a 3-minute ad break is what it is. So
how did we go through? What was the sub goal from last weekend? 1,200 subs.
1,200 subs.
And people who are commonly here are still not subbed.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think a lot of these people are commonly here. Robotsky is here a lot. Robotsky is a lot. Yeah. Rebuild is new to the channel. Great Colt is new to the channel. Great Colt says these ads are like DJ going nuclear, underwhelming. Well, I never promised to go full tilt insane, okay? I never promised to go batshit crazy. I mean, come on now. Okay?
Well, you know you are.
Okay. Kill You says just do it. No, I'm trying. I am trying to be political. Okay? I'm trying to be political. And I'll explain that here in a second. All right, I'm gonna come back.
You should just filibuster them. Just keep talking.
Yeah. I'm just gonna keep going until they give in. Okay.
That's a 24-hour stream right there.
Lazarus, thank you for your resub. All right, here's the dealio. Wait, why is there more ads? Why are there still ads? I feel like this has been a minute. I feel like this has been 3 minutes. All right, either way, listen, I'm going to come back. All right. You're right, Quake. It can all be summarized by a simple hashtag. Okay? Hashtag free DTI. I've made my argument. It doesn't do anything to break any economy. It doesn't instantly max content. It is a mastery mechanic, and it accelerates a previous loop. And by the way, I'm not even going to necessarily suggest that 4 months is all the time we've had in that loop. We've had temporal artifacts for quite a while. We've had temporal artifacts for... When did the Great Eye of Ara come out? Zindi. That would have been... Gosh, when did Zindi come out, guys?
A year ago.
Huh. A year ago.
February.
Now, the complaint that I had, what I was saying a little bit ago, which was about the announcement. If they had just said, hey, here's a chance for you to burn down your bank, that would have solved one complaint. That would have solved the complaint that I have, and I'm giving mine first. I am going to, in moments, open the stage for you guys to talk about your complaints. My chief complaint with this, Mord, I actually agree with you more than you realize. They are allowed to change mechanics. Absolutely. What they should have done here was not leave players holding the bag. We have utilized this mechanic, and it's not like Scopely doesn't reward hoarding on a very regular basis. Players were left holding tens, if not hundreds of thousands of credits that now, where are they going to spend them? If there is indeed a cooldown, how are they going to spend through their bank? My argument to them since the very beginning, all that time ago yesterday, has been players need the opportunity to spend their bank. You cannot change a mechanic after 4 months with absolutely no ability to adjust our own strategy. If you want to adjust a strategy, fine. You also have to give players the opportunity to adjust the strategy along with you. Instead, by adding cooldowns, you have essentially nullified the value of all of those credits that might have been paid, that might have been ground out. However a player came to acquire them, it was paid content because the free-to-play can't have had the ship yet. They paid into a loop with money. And instituting this change with absolutely no notice cancels out the worth of that currency because it can no longer be spent. Okay? It cannot be spent. Caledon says, DJ, I have a different complaint. I ran a different strategy. I can't run back because I went favors first, got limited credits, and should have done the officers first now. Can't be undone. I agree. Same. I'm with you. Okay? I did some of the favors first, but then I diversified my credit spend. I never had a ton. I don't have all the temporal artifacts maxed. I don't have the officers maxed. I am with you. I'm not going to have a chance to realize the same benefits that some other players got. Okay? And for the record, with proper notification, I still would have been okay with that. I wouldn't have loved it. Okay? But it wouldn't have been wrong. It would have been within their right. I wouldn't have liked it. But with notice, you don't leave players holding a bag of worthless, paid-for currency. That is my biggest problem. But Tarpy, there were a couple of other vantage points. For example, as a free-to-play, I will never get the opportunity to earn as fast as those who spent. Hey, thank you, Louis P. Dropping 5 gifted into the chat. All right, so there's one. Tarpy, let's mark down a couple of the complaints. As a free-to-play, the gap got wider, says Shelby. Well, welcome to Star Trek Fleet Command.
Ow.
Oh, it definitely did, Tarpy. The gap got wider because free-to-play are now going to be even slower to max their artifacts and officers, where pay-to-play, who are up 60 or higher, basically got to instant max everything. Okay, that's fair. That's a factual statement. It will be slower for the free-to-play even after they get the ship. All right, so that's fair. The next one would be what? I am punished for choosing a certain strategy, right? As Wham says, as Caledon says, I went favors first. So I now am punished because the rules changed mid-stride. I am being punished for not doing anything wrong but simply choosing a different path in the strategy that Scopely laid out. That's also fair. Berlin says, I focused on the artifacts first. Now I can't focus on the officers. All of that is a fair statement. And by the way, some people got everything. All right? That's also a fair complaint. Okay? What's another one? What's another one?
I've got one.
Okay, please. Give me another.
So if you were saving your credits until you had enough to buy, excuse me, an entire tier or an entire artifact all at once, and you were a day or two before being able to do that, and they changed it, you now would have had to do all of those credits into a daily cooldown.
Yeah.
So you are now twice as many days from that tier or that unlock as you would have been had you been pulling credits been pulling the shards for that every day.
Okay. Broken Wolf says, thank you, Tarpy. That's me. I was just going to bulk dump them all at the same time. Now there's a cooldown, and I am essentially starting from scratch. We've got more. How about this one earlier today from, let me see if I can find it. Hey, Plugster, thank you for dropping gifted subs into the chat. You guys, there's a hype train going on. I would love to read all that stuff that's going on, but we've got so much going on. How about this one? All right. I'm trying to find it at the moment. And I feel like
there was a comment about player choice.
Okay. Find that and read that, because I've got others I want to read.
It was right before the... so Manxman says the freedom to choose to spend the currency when they wanted and not worry about a daily click. So
yes, Sandra said that.
Time where there's hundreds.
You got it.
Lots and lots of daily clicks.
Sandra came with this one. For me, the failure is not necessarily in-game impact. It's now the fact that I have to click at least 5 more chests in a refinery every single day instead of just dumping the currency on a weekend or when I have time, when I wanted to, not when the game decides I should. I like that. Absolutely. Brilliant. Cruzito says, DJs, you've always praised choice, and they gave it to us. I agree. You know what else I have always praised, Cruzito? I'm going to flip your words around on you. Being an educated consumer, right? What have I always encouraged Scopely to do was to release the information. Let us make a choice as a consumer. Let us decide or know the value of what it is that we are paying for. People saw the cooldown, or the lack thereof. People saw the choice. People saw this loop and saw the value that was in it, Cruzito, and they invested. And now the goalposts have moved after people invested. The ship no longer represents the same value, or better, of what I purchased when I came into this thing. As in, the information that was provided to me as a consumer has been modified. Okay? Cruzito says, true, but you've always said hoarding is bad. Oh, no, I've not said hoarding is bad. I said Scopely hates hoarding. There's a difference. Okay? I've recommended hoarding in a lot of cases before for events, spend events, this or that, heroic solo milestones, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? But Scopely doesn't like hoarding. That said, you can't change the value of monetized content without a little bit of notice, without the opportunity for players to have adjusted to that. Now, a lot of people are going to say, DJs, even if they had given me notice and I had dumped all my currency, that would have not left me holding the bag of valueless currency. But a free-to-play is not going to say the same thing. A free-to-play who doesn't have the ship yet is not going to say the same thing. They're going to say, I won't have had the same opportunities as other players. Now, my response to that may not be as empathetic. I actually had this conversation with Stewie and Lube earlier today. In order to have lost something, you must have first possessed it. Free to play. I do not discount your feelings on this whole debacle. Me personally, I feel like there is less of a stance that you've got because you were given the opportunity to buy in on the feature and did not. All right. You had the opportunity at these no cooldowns, and you did not opt to buy in. As a consumer, you made a choice to wait it out. If the mechanic changes, as Mord points out, that can happen, which is why I'm not as fussy about that particular perspective. I am more fussy about the fact that players are going to be left holding on to thousands of currency that they can no longer spend. And I mean that they can no longer spend it. Somebody's going to say, well, they can keep putting in, right? It's just going to have a cooldown now. Yeah, but they're also still earning. They're still participating in the loop. They're still receiving currency. The banked currency is now worthless. Okay? That is a massive, massive problem. And by the way, Scopely could have still changed this mechanic because 4 months in, what's the difference between 4 months in and 4 months and 10 days in? Or 4.5 months? Or even 5 months? What's the difference at this point? You could have absolutely allowed players to burn down their banks, give a 15-day notice, and change the mechanic. I wouldn't have loved it, but I would have factually and logistically supported your right to change that mechanic. I still think people wouldn't have liked it, but they wouldn't be screaming like they are now. Because players would not have experienced loss. They still would have been able to get everything that they got. And even if you needed to rebalance this feature, even if you needed to make a change, they still, up to this point, would not have lost anything. Communication is all that was missing here. Now, Tarpy, we've got two paths that we can take in front of us right now. One, I know that the panel has been waiting to speak. Tarpy and Matters both have positions that I want them to share. But also, I want to take a minute and look at a potential solution. Because what Scopely did do is they come out with this compromise that players are calling it, some players are calling it, where they are letting you fast track levels 1 through 7 of the artifacts, which is fine. And then when you get to level 8, they're instituting a cooldown, which basically means no farming of the temporal disruptors. On the chaos tech, the chrono deflector and the chronophage, it's not nearly as good. If you don't own it, there's no cooldown, basically meaning that you can spend the currency to unlock it. But as soon as you unlock it, then you're on a 22-hour cooldown for the extra shards. Now, for the record, I am not a huge fan of that. I know Matters is, by the way, or at least he was in the beginning. I remember him talking about this. I am not a huge fan of this because I feel like the converter there is not as good.
What?
You,
I'm a huge fan.
in the very beginning, you continued to spend DTI credits on the Chaos Tech, even though you had unlocked it, because it gave you extra Chaos Tech upgrade materials.
Oh, yeah, but I mean,
You get
you
very
only have
little.
to, like pull that one every 5 days or something to be able to max pull the thing in the store. Like the cooldown being added makes no difference.
I agree. That is not one. That's inconsequential. The artifacts matter to me, and the officer shards. Now, what they are not removing the cooldown on are the officers at all. Now, very quickly, can we do a quick little bit of math? Just real quick little bit of math. DTI Tolra, an epic officer. 5 shards cost 1,200 DTI credits. Can somebody very quickly, and I'm not, Tarpy, maybe you can help me out. Can you look on stfc.space and tell me how many shards DTI Tolra actually requires to max? I'm going to see if I can find that out as well. Tolra. Somebody add this up for me. 200, 400, 300, 700, 1,500 shards. Woo! 1,500 shards. Okay. Okay.
All right. I can't see Twitch. Are you doing the math or am I doing the math?
I just did it. 1,500. 1,500 shards it takes to max that officer. 5 shards cost 1,200 credits. That means I would have to do 300 pulls at 1,200 credits. That's 360,000 DTI credits. I can earn at absolute optimum efficiency. I can earn call it roughly 2,800 a day. That means in 129 days, if I focused on nothing else, I could have maxed the officer in about 5 months. Now, is that actually bad? It might actually be one of the healthiest versions of officer sourcing in the game. Shadowed Fox says it's very bad. Is it? When else have we been able to max an epic in 5 months?
That's also assuming you're not spending any credits on anything else.
That's exactly right. That's at extreme sacrifice.
Yeah.
Extreme sacrifice. I might argue that we are still, if I spent on a few other things, I could still say, hey, I might, with full engagement, maybe be able to max this officer in a year. Is that actually bad?
No.
And Tolra has more sourcing, specifically.
Yeah.
In Vindicator.
Okay. And by the way, she's not the only one. You got DTI Tolra. You've also got Vial. So even if you were going to max everything in this store without cooldowns, you're still looking at a couple of years for everything. Now, the reason that the cooldowns not being there, in my opinion, is a good thing, is exactly what Cruzito was throwing in my face a minute ago. Choice. This was in my original response to Scopely, was that the way that it was built now allowed players to fully invest in their choice of item in the store at the sacrifice of another item. If you chose to balance it out, so be it. If you chose to go all in on something, so be it. But the time gate was still the credit refinery. I have shared this story a couple of times in the last 24 hours. I've got a friend of mine who works in game design, not at Star Trek Fleet Command. He follows our channel. He's in our chat, and he asked me yesterday. He was like, "What is going on? Why are you going crazy?" And I wrote this. I said, the end game of a feature involves a very attractive overflow mechanic. When you max this feature, it paid very well into other features of choice. It had a gate already in the form of a credits refinery, but there was no cooldown on the items that you could acquire. So essentially, you could spend all of your refinery loot on a single item, or you could spread it out. Today, they institute the old double gate by issuing cooldowns on the items. Those same items often have leaderboards, so players stockpiled their credits. And this, again, by the way, is further testament to what my concern has been for the last 24 hours. So players stockpiled the credits. With the new time gates, they've instantly nullified the stockpiles and are now forcing your refinery to spread out to even singular pulls of the other items, regardless of whether or not you wanted them or not. And the banks are essentially nullified because there's not enough spending option in the store to burn through an effective bank. In a nutshell, I joked with a smiley face after it. This is a guy who works at another gaming company, and his response was one word. Wow. Wow. Was this a problem? Player choice. And it's not as though they were instantly funding this entire store. It still would have taken significant amounts of time. Significant amounts of time to singularly max anything because of the time gates of the credit refinery. So my argument, again, logically goes back to Scopely and says, what was the actual problem? Was it the Alliance tournament? Because you're not fixing that. I can still do that with the cooldown. The sourcing and the value of the officers. Listen, this might be the best officer sourcing you've ever released. Why muck it up? Again, it's hard to be overly empathetic to the free-to-play because, again, I believe that to have lost something, you had to have had something first. You did have the opportunity to buy into this loop. It's now different. And for the record, not to sound like a total douche, but the mechanic has been modified before you got the ship, so your new normal is now. I urge Scopely to reconsider this. The reaction of this, and then 24 hours later coming out with this compensation and adding a cooldown to this level 7 and not a cooldown to that, and then the officer. None of that makes sense. None of that makes sense. This compromise is no better than yesterday. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I believe that you expected today to go better. But as has happened in the past, you completely missed the mark because you don't understand the way this community plays your feature. Okay? This set of analytics should be interpreted as proof positive that nothing is broken. The time gates of the credit refinery still exist. And by the way, that requires full investment, max reputation, and punching up pretty significantly. You've got to be pretty dang invested in this feature. And some of the best features ever released in the game had an amazing end game mechanic. This was that. You guys have equally acknowledged your desire to sunset loops with the independent archives. This accomplished that all in one holistic solution without needing to add anything to the independent archives. This was a native built-in end game. And it was praised for months as being beautiful. It was praised in week 1 when the designer of this show, the designer of this feature was on our show and explained the overflow mechanic. And all of us were in awe and said, wow, we've done content. We've done a video on this being the most perfect end game mechanic, sunset loop mechanic that has ever been released from day one. And I wish that he was here at this moment. I don't know if he is, I don't know if he's in the audience, but Jules Verne, equally as passionate about this. And for more, and for another reason. Obviously, you guys know all about the math. We've broken all the math down. But you know what else? If Bubba Joe were here, he would say, narratively it fits too. 4 months ago, the Crenum feature was launched. The Department of Temporal Investigation store was opened. And
there is almost no chance Bubba Joe would be aligned with this.
What? No, the end game mechanic, the sunset? No, I don't think you're aligned with the decision. And hi, Bubba Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, a wild Bubba has appeared. Let me say, narratively, Bubba, we've got a feature that has been in the game now for 15 months called Temporal Artifacts.
Okay.
Is it narratively appropriate that the sunset or the mastery of that feature comes in the Crenum time loop feature? That 15 months later, a form of mastery is provided that narratively fits the introduction of the feature. We're talking a 15 to 20 month full circle loop surrounding the same content. Narratively,
what?
Jules Verne loves it. And Bubba, you're a lover of lore and narrative tie-ins and good storytelling. I don't know that Scopely could have accidentally done it any better.
I think that what you're describing, with the very limited understanding that I have, I reached out to you because I saw the message, the announcement yesterday, and I wanted to make sure you were okay.
Oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. It's been a stressful day.
It seemed like it had been a stressful day or so.
Maybe just a little bit of something or other.
So what you're describing me, the words you're putting together in a sequence, I can understand what you're getting at, right? I think it sounds like a natural A to B to C type of thing. Okay. That sounds pretty reasonable to me, right? But I feel very strongly, and this is not going to probably surprise anyone.
No, it's not. I know where you're going, buddy.
I feel very strongly that for something to be taken away, not just because it's a paid feature,
okay,
but for something in the game to exist and to be removed, that is, in this case, a refresh so that you can't get the redeems as often as you would like in unlimited capacity, right?
Mm-hmm.
There has to be a significant game imbalance reason to do that. It can't be a financial reason.
Oh, I agree.
Because financially, they see it immediately. Immediately, they can see the impact of this.
Yes.
Right?
Agreed. Yeah.
And any game company that's worth anything does testing of the gameplay flow. They at least write it out on paper and go, when we go from A to B to C, and C is the end, here's what the end state looks like. And even if they mess up along the way, which you and I both gave Scopely a lot of hard time over the years, that A looked good and C looked good and everything in between was a mess, right? We went back and forth many times. You're like, the beginning, this ship looks great. All the levels between it and Max are terrible, but at Max, it's actually okay again.
Yeah. Guys, he's talking about the freaking Vindicator. Proof positive, all right? It's great at the end. It's cool at the beginning, but in the middle, man, we got a little bit of a problem. Yeah.
So, and I see a comment in the chat, and I'm not going to stick around long. All companies are here to make money. And while that's true, okay, while that's true, game companies, the best game companies, even really bad game companies that focus on making a quality product for players will focus on the player experience first and figure out how to monetize that. And if the player experience is broken, like physically not functioning because of something that's been deployed, or is physically imbalanced because of something that was deployed, let's say they deploy a ship and everyone that keeps it at level 1 can destroy all the level 85 ships. Well, that's not balanced. That's not good. We don't want that, because now the players that have advanced the ship are, at this disadvantage that's unfair.
G8 confirmed. Bubba is returning for G8, everybody. Did you hear that? He's back! He's back!
So
he said level 85.
While it is important for Scopely to make money, because they have to answer to their stockholders, and they have to answer to their executives, and they have to answer to their company. It is more important, and a big part of why I left, right? Not the only reason. There are personal reasons of things that happened, but a big part of why I left is that I saw this toxic culture that existed where they did not care about the game. They cared about the money they were getting, and if they happened to package that into a game, that was cool. But they didn't care about the effects that they were putting into the game. They didn't care they made a prime that broke the economy. They didn't care that they made this Q's trial that broke this. They as an organization don't care. There can be individual designers that are going, this is a cool feature that I think is going to make the game better. But at the top level, the people that are making the decisions don't care. They only want dollars. And if the game happens to be playable even, that's what matters. But the people that are making the decisions at Scopely do not care if they break the game. And if they made this decision for financial decisions, which seems like that's the only logical reason you would do something like this, then that is a symptom of the same problem that has existed for years. And yes, I played this game for years, but when I realized this is a problem. This is something that I said, I play games to have fun. And if this is the way the company is going to treat me, I'm no longer having fun. And I made that decision.
Yeah.
And so I am sorry, and I want to get this out there. I am sorry that people are somewhere, and I wrote this in your Discord. I am sorry that people are somewhere in between mildly disappointed and outraged by this decision. Okay? I empathize with the emotions that people are exhibiting, and they are upset. Okay? However, I cannot empathize with the situation that brought you here, because y'all are still in bed with the girlfriend kills you every chance that she gets.
She's so hot, though, okay? I mean, and she makes great omelets. Come on, man. Okay? No, listen. I hear what you're saying.
But my point is, anyway, I wanted to come in. You took my name in vain. I tuned in. I wanted to hear a good DJ rant. I wanted to hear DJ.
Okay, you're getting ready to get it.
And yelling.
You're getting ready to get it, Bubba Joe. Okay,
and I didn't get it.
You're getting ready to get it. Okay, because here's the thing. Outside, in a silo. This looks terrible. I get it. You came out today. Alex came out today. We saw all these players come out today that aren't playing the game anymore, okay? All these players. This drama has drawn everybody out. Everybody is pulling the Nelson out here, okay? Everybody's going, ha, ha. Everybody. Okay, but here's the thing. For those of us who have been in it and been involved and running this thing day to day, you know what? This was a great arc. It was a great arc. Players were freaking happy, Bubba. If I were Echo, I would be so miffed today. Because this comes at the tail end of what might have been the arc of the year. That's right, Omicron. Echo got the crap end of the stick. This was a great arc. And we couldn't leave well enough alone. Now, I understand what you're saying, Bubba. But I can't sit here and let the community be chastised because we still play the game. All right? We play the game because we want to. All right? But that still does not relieve Scopely of the obligation of simply doing the right thing. And by the way, they don't always. You're right. For years, they have not done the right thing in certain circumstances. But right here, right now, I am still advocating. I am still trying. All right? So I'm not going to come out here and be 1,000% nuclear. I'm not going to come out, and I'm not going to throw stuff, and I'm not going to screen, and I'm not going to attack, because that's not who we are. It never has been. What I am doing is trying to explain why this is not a problem. I'm trying to pitch the fact that nothing was broken. And I want to be respected when I walk into that room. I want to be treated as a professional. I want to be given the respect to hear me out. And I can only do that by first coming here to you guys, explaining the pitch, explaining what is happening, educating you as to what is happening with this loop and why it could have been changed, why it might not have been changed, how they could have changed it better, how they could have made players not feel as crappy about it. But they do have the right to change a mechanic. You and I have talked about this in the past. I'm not faulting them for wanting to change. Because, by the way, and this is something Tarpey and I talked about before the show, we don't know what's coming.
Well, there is a fundamental difference in between, say, introducing a new damage type, right? Which changes combat, turns combat, puts it on its head, right? And then introducing a new defense for it. Like that is a, we are actively trying to change the game. As opposed to, we deployed something, we gave it to the players, they loved it, using your words. I don't know. I'm not that clued into what's going on. And now we're going to pull it back. Not because we've deployed a new feature, right? Not because they deployed this feature, players love it, and somewhere along the way, whatever reason, they decided we're going to claw some of this back because of whatever reason. And there's a difference there, right? If they decide we're going to make Loop A, if we're going to make Loop A less relevant by rolling out Loop B that helps Loop A be a little bit more efficient, that's different than clawing back the ability of Loop A.
You're right.
Arbitrarily.
No, you're 1,000% right. And I agree with that.
Anyway, you have a fantastic panel. I do not want to take any more of their time.
Thank you.
I just heard my name taken in vain.
It was not taken in vain. You love a good narrative. That's all I was saying, Bubba. 20 minutes ago, that's all it was you like a good narrative. All right? It was a good narrative wrap up. It was a bow on top, man. All right? That's anyway, what it was.
I hope you guys get your resolution, but I think that if your standard, DJ, of they did something and didn't break the game, if that qualifies as good, I think you need to readjust their standard. If the standard is they did something and the game didn't crash, if that qualifies as good, you probably need to readjust your standard. Right?
Agreed.
That would be like saying The person walked on to the car lot and the car didn't explode. It's not their car. They haven't bought it yet.
Yeah.
But they walked onto the car lot and the car didn't explode. That's a victory. We're all going home. We made money today.
Yay, we sold a car. Let's go.
Right? You didn't sell a car. It just didn't explode as the guy walked onto the lot.
Fair. That's an absolutely fair point. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing and lovely, always a pleasure to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, Bubba Joe. That's right. He finally beat the game. Bubba, thank you very much. Appreciate you stopping in.
Have you told people when we're going to talk again?
This Sunday. No, I haven't told people.
There you go.
This Sunday. Yeah,
have
this
you done
Sunday.
Your homework?
Not yet. I've been a little busy. Been a little busy. Saturday. I'm going to watch it Saturday.
I came into your chat and I told people I'm going to come up with a backup plan because I don't think DJ is going to do his homework.
Yeah, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm going to do it. All right, I'm going to do my homework.
Yep.
Sunday, we're going to do a watch review of Star Trek: The Motion Picture. He says
That's right.
He says that I won't have the movie watched by then. That's my homework. I got to watch Star Trek: The Original Motion Picture.
Yep.
And I have to drink for every break of dialogue in the show, in the movie. That's more than 60 seconds.
Don't do that. You will be unconscious. You will not wake up for Sunday.
Yeah, that's some homework. Ladies and gentlemen, Bubba Joe back with us on Sunday. Thank you, buddy. I love you. We'll see you this weekend.
Yep.
It's kind of nice when he pops in. It's kind of nice when he comes in and we get to fight a little bit. That being said, I want to call out a couple of things I saw in the chat. Now, you guys, I am going to say this. Great Colt says this, and I saw Jado and one or two others. Do not misinterpret anything I'm saying as defense of what they've done. There is no defense of what they've done. That is why I'm so furious about it. Okay? None. I am very, very upset. Oh, my God, Beck's in the audience. Shh, everybody, shh. Hi, Beck. Hi. Okay. Is she gone now? We can keep talking. No, I would not put Beck on stage today. That would be a terrible idea. All right. First of all, I like her too much to let you guys have at her. Okay. It's not going to happen. Second of all, totally different department, has absolutely nothing to do with what happened here. That's right. Voltron says we like Beck too much. I know. It's not Beck's fault. Ain't Hammy's fault. All right. It's not any. I'll tell you this. Anybody who we know, anybody who comes on this show, anybody who we get to talk to, they didn't make this call. All right? That's not how this happened. That said, I am not defending. Anything that I have said tonight for the purposes of conversation has been, I'm not, Shelby, I'm not. Stop yelling at me. Shelby says, stop defending the organization. I'm not. I've been extremely vocal, guys. So vocal. You don't even know. I have literally made people quite upset. I have made people very upset with me. Okay? I mean, I have. There's plenty of witnesses. Okay? I'm fighting so hard on this. And when the compromise was presented to me today, I said it wasn't good enough. I said it wasn't okay. Unacceptable. As a matter of fact, I'll read you exactly what I wrote because it took me a while. Because again, I know that going in and stamping my feet and screaming bloody murder is not going to get me anywhere. Okay? I know that. So here was my statement. The latest DTI announcement is deeply disappointing and fails to address the concerns I raised yesterday, most notably players still being unable to burn down their banks. Labeling this as a compromise is misleading, as it does not reflect the community input or offer any meaningful concessions. It appears to serve only Scopely's perspective without addressing the widespread dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, this response falls far short of what is needed. Meaningful dialogue and conversation could have led to a more balanced and acceptable outcome. End statement. That's what I wrote. And it took me a long time to come up with that because I am angry and I am emotional. And I do believe that what has happened here is unjust. But I still must be. SKZ says it's too nice. I have to be professional. I have to be the one person in the room who can represent the true desires and positions and opinions of the community. Because whoever made this decision didn't hear this opinion from anybody else. Is that a fair statement, Tarpy? If this decision came out without any conversation, without any my opinion was not present when this decision was made. Somebody has to make this position known. I don't get in the door without being polite. Killer J says, I need more screaming. I'll come here and I'll scream with you guys. Okay? You get more flies with honey, sugar, than you do with vinegar or whatever they said. All right? Shelby said, you already said that was the case. No one consulted anyone. You get more. Yeah, you get more with poop. I've always been diplomatic, guys. I've always been diplomatic. That's always been my thing. I had a conversation with Rev Deuce today. Now, you guys know Rev and I have had our spats. We've had our history. I love him some days. I want to punch him in his nose some other days. He's a good guy. He's very passionate. And we don't see eye to eye on everything. He encouraged me to be very nuclear today. And I said, you know what? It's not me. I wrote this. I said, I'm not the rebel you are. I never have been. But I am very capable of being angry about something and being publicly critical of their response. I am angry. I am. But in order for me to be effective, and I've said this many, many times, in order for me to be effective, I have to be welcome in the room. Now, there is many other comments in chat that are very valid. The fact that they didn't talk to me about this change before it came out might even be interpreted as a lack of respect. I am deeply disappointed that this information wasn't shared with me, but I believe, and I stand by what I said yesterday, they knew what my response would be. They knew what my response would be. That's why they didn't share it. They knew what I would say. And no, Killer, it's not time to do anything like that because I still work hard. I still work hard for you guys. Tarpy and Matters know full well. Tarpy probably more than anybody else on the panel today because she has been by my side for all of these conversations. Spectre has been gathering community sentiment. Matters has been doing math. We're going to talk all about that here in just a moment.
Karkin's just high on the couch. That's all he's doing.
What's that? Karkin is just smoking on the couch. Yeah, maybe it is. All right.
And he's angry. What the?
Yeah, Karkin! That was the sound of him smoking a bong. I don't really have anything that makes bubbly sounds right now, so I was going with that. All right. Now, I want to...
I love the attempt.
Thank you. There's one last thing, Tarpy, that I think I want to come up with, and I think you and I talked about this pre-show, and I know I have not shared the stage very well tonight. I apologize. There is something that Bubba mentioned, which is future potential impact. Okay? Let's pretend for a second that they put everything back. They roll it all back because that's the right thing to do, by the way. Let's pretend they roll it back. And we do indeed, at Ops 60, now have a real and viable farming method for temporal disruptors and temporal remnants. Okay? Can we all agree to call it what it is? It is mastery. It's only available at Ops 60. And it still requires max reputation and full engagement in the Krenim DTI loop. Agreed? Can we call it that? Would we not also then agree that it will be the sunset? It is the end of temporal disruptors, which also means it would potentially be the end of temporal artifacts. Plugster says until they add more. Well, they can't now. Or if they do, it would have to be with a different currency. Have to be. You absolutely can't farm an unlimited amount of currency and develop new content around it. All right? So if they were going to create new artifacts, it would have to be something else. It would have to be a different currency. It would have to be a different endgame mechanic. It would have to be a different type of remnant. It would have to be new. Otherwise, there's no monetization. And let's not pretend, all right, that Bubba's not right. And we all know this. I've acknowledged this. They're a for-profit company. They were just sold for billions. Why? Because the company's good at making money. They got to make money. No one's ever going to accuse them of not being able to make money. I have always defended their right to make money in the right way. Good monetization. Fair monetization. Upfront and clear and transparent. Make me want to buy it. Make it good enough for me to want to buy it and everything's fine. Let me choose to engage, not because I have to, not because you tricked me, not because the goalpost got moved, but because I genuinely want the content. Make me want to buy it for ship parts. Make me buy a junker because it just is that good. Because it's fun to use. Because it's got a crazy utility and a crazy new technology that we've never had before in the game, and it's cool. Make me want to buy. Tricking people into buying, though, that's not cool. That's not right. But, community, just like Scopely cannot have their cake and eat it too, neither can we. If we want this to be the end game mechanic for temporal artifacts, if we want to be able to farm an unlimited supply of temporal disruptors over time, well, then that's the end of that currency. Can't be the subject of any future content. Okay? Can't be. Are we okay with another form of content, another type of artifact, another form of loop, another type of currency? If, and let me be very, very clear, Tarpy, this is one thing that you and I talked about before the show that we've got to be very, very careful about, community. Let's pretend that I am successful in my campaign. We know that they'll never use temporal disruptors ever again. Are we prepared for that? Tarpy, to me, the answer seems like a loud, resounding, and obvious yes. As Amber points out, they're going to make another loop. They're going to create more currencies. That will never end. They're going to do that. So if they're going to do that, why not let us keep our end game? I mean, Amber's right. The Ice Wolf says no more loops. If you don't want any more loops, you're just going to have to quit. Okay? Because you're never going to not have something new. It might not be every month. It might not be every 2 months. It might be once a quarter. I don't know, but that's the only way the game develops new content is to make new loops. All right? They're going to have to. So We are prepared for that, right? Omicron says they just did a video about sunsetting one loop before they start a new one. You know, I saw that Beck released a video today. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. Honestly, I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. You guys want to watch it now? We should be able to get through it in about 4.5 hours. I'm just kidding. 867 says, DJ, I don't know, man. End the temporal artifact, and you're going to get gamma quadrant tech and fluidic space tech and Borg augmentation tech. I mean, probably. Eventually. Probably. Mank says there's already a new form of artifacts, so be done with temporal disruptors.
They're sitting there right now, like, hold on, go back. I got to write that down.
Yeah.
Borg augment what?
Yeah.
8472
Fluidic
tech?
space tech. All right. Tribble tech. All right. Beck says this is not a 2-minute video. I doubt it'll take you less than 4 hours. You think it'll take me more than 4 hours? Okay, fine. Well, then we probably shouldn't do that tonight. All right. Probably can't do it tonight. Tarpy, I feel like, have I missed anything? I went over all my show notes with you, and I know I've been very editorial tonight, but I also wanted to cover the math. Did we get the math out the way that it needed to be?
I think so.
Well,
I mean, I feel like you're missing a little bit of content that they've come out with in the last couple weeks as well.
Share, please.
Into
Fill me in.
some of the equation. So if a lot of the conversation was about temporal disruptors, what is part of the Section 31 store that has made that loop easier, that has come out in the last month or two?
Solo waves, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Solo waves, but what can we get from the Solo Wave store that makes that whole temporal disruptor loop much better?
I'm assuming you're referring to the fact that you can directly source the artifacts, rare Zindi directives.
Rare Zindi directives. So what do you get when you pull rare Zindi?
When you pull
Armada chests every 3 days.
Well, I mean, I am not pulling it every 3 days. Okay,
You could be.
That's a tall order. But if you were,
No, it's not a tall order anymore. Not for you.
Really? I'm not pulling it every 3 days.
It's easy
It is
for you.
not a problem anymore.
Wait, really? All right, get with me after the show.
Solo one. Solo one.
No.
Good for a week.
No,
Absolutely solo one with your G5 Epic. Which
Okay.
you could have done when your G5 Epic was T6.
Well, fine.
T6 might be
I
a
am
little
obviously
slow,
an
but
excellent player, so I know all these things. Okay, but what you're referring to is inside the G5 Zindi Rare Armada Armada pack. You're referring to the fact that there are not only a ton of direct artifact shards, the Iconian Gateway, the Coast Emojin, the Cromleth B portal, but on top of that, you also are receiving what seems to be large numbers of temporal disruptors, anywhere between 800 and 16,000 per chest, and doing a single pull gets you 2 chests.
And that's also a little bit dependent on your Emerald chain level, because you can get an extra pull depending on Emerald chain level. But also, what's the other thing? What's some of the other stuff that can give you temporal disruptors in that chest if you have them at level 8, for example?
Well, yeah, some of the other, that's what I mentioned, the Iconian Gateway, Book of the Coast Emojin, Cromleth B portal, those are direct shards.
And for each one of those, you get 120 temporal disruptors. So even if you can't buy that every day for yourself at this point, and I know this is a G6 thing that I'm talking, and G6 is not the only population in the game, but temporal disruptors, you are fine on those, largely because they have made the Zindi Armada directive sourcing much, much, much easier, even if you don't buy it every day. And if you can't buy them every day, your team probably can.
That's
Someone on your team can buy one every day. And you can get in those armadas. And the more ships in those armadas, the more people who can use loot crews.
Well, here's the thing. Van Man says, then why nerf the officer cooldowns? This is my point from the very beginning. is there are ways to get temporal disruptors. There are ways to use them, and all of this is overflow that all requires Op 60 and completion of the temporal artifact loop. Again, if you were talking, Tarpy, about this being something that could economically break the economy or destroy artifact sourcing, I would tend to agree. But none of this does that. None of it does that.
Well, more my point was, part of this conversation has been about the complete nerfing, which granted is a paraphrase, of the ability to get temporal disruptors from that loop. And it's not even a counterpoint. It is just a statement that Scopely, yes, took that away. And I didn't like the fact that they took it away with 0 warning. But they haven't exactly completely removed the ability to get more temporal disruptors than you get daily from the silent loop.
Okay, nobody said
They
that
made
they
that
were.
part easier.
Nobody said that they
Yeah.
completely removed it. Okay, that's not been my
And
position.
people were getting that mad for the last 2 days that it sounded like their source of temporal disruptors was going away. I've been reading a lot of the chat for the last 2 days.
Well, okay.
That
you know what?
has been the reaction that people have been having.
Again, you know what? I think that there's a lot of people. Listen, I think there's a lot of people who didn't even know about the Op 60 requirement on this. I think there is a lot of noise. Tarpy, I agree with you. There always is. The crowd mentality will always win out with a lot of people. Okay,
it has been really interesting watching that for the last 36 hours.
For sure, totally agree. Nobody said that the temporal disruptor sourcing was disappearing, but it is going to be drastically slower. Let's do a little bit of math, all right? And I appreciate that point. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to educate on this point. The number of temporal disruptors that I will lose per day. Do you want to know what that number is? It's going to blow your mind.
This is part of right. So this is why I've been asking as well, because I asked someone to send me their G5 Zindi Armada thing because I pulled mine yesterday. I can't look at it on mobile.
Okay.
So
just
come up with the actual numbers.
And this is an if, I invested in nothing else. All right, which we've talked about this being an extreme case with the officers, with the artifacts, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody is expecting anybody to go full tilt. All right. But if I took 100% of my credit income and dumped it into temporal artifacts, I would be costing myself. I am doing math. Hang on a second. I would be costing myself 220 epic artifact shards a day. 220. Okay. Now, if I come into the converter, 220 of the Krenum time weapon. Oh my God. I pressed a weird button. 220. Somebody help me. What is it per shard? What is it per shard?
120.
120? Okay,
Tarpy. It's 120.
This is not a small number then. 26,000 temporal disruptors a day. Is that right? 120? I didn't think it was that high. Is that what it is? I'm going to check myself. If I go into artifacts, temporal restorations, I come down here to the Krenum time weapon, and you are correct. It's 120. So that means.
Oh, I'm surprised.
That means, Tarpy, that my income of temporal disruptors is now down 26,000 per day. Now, again, that is presuming that I am dumping everything into temporal disruptors, which nobody is. Okay.
There's an asterisk here.
There is an asterisk.
That a couple that you're at level 60 for your artifact building, as well as your ops, obviously, and that you have at least 5 artifacts at level 8.
Well, no, the 5 artifacts at level 8 only affect remnants. Doesn't affect disruptors. That only affects remnants. And you know what? That is
Okay,
fair. That's fair. Burton says it's not down 26 a day because you can still pull some. So you're absolutely right. I can pull.
Wait, that was 4 times.
I'm going.
Do you get 20 a day, or do you get how many a day do you get?
I did this based on dumping all of my credits. So here was my math. Okay, here was my math. I did 690 credits times 4 times 2. Basically, 4 for static and 4 for charged. Okay, that gets me 5,520 credits total credits. If I was using this max mechanic, I'm going to spend my charge credits on the Credit Time weapon. I'm going to spend my static credits on Janeway's pocket watch. They're both 5 shards each. All right, so I'm just going to do this in bulk math. 5,520 credits divided by 480 for 20 shards of the Credit Time weapon / Janeway's pocket watch. That's going to give me 11.5 pulls. Obviously, it's only 11. 11 pulls at 4 shards, or 11 bulk pulls is 44 individual chests. 44 times 5 shards is 220 shards. Those 220 shards will convert to 26,000 temporal disruptors. Now, you're right, Burton. I would be able to pull 40. I would be able to pull 40 shards per day times 120. So out of that 26,400, I could legitimately pull 4,800 under the new method, which means I am down 21,000 temporal disruptors. Okay? Now, I see this in the chat. Pixelate says, DJs, you can't possibly tell me that the devs intended on this actually being a thing. Nobody believed it. I admittedly, I didn't believe it in the beginning until it came out. We saw it. We talked to the developers. He was on this show. He talked about the end game mechanic. And not only that, but even then, if there was going to be an adjustment, it wouldn't be 4 months later. Not only that, but 20,000 temporal disruptors still does not instamax all other temporal disruptors. You got to remember that let's say, okay, let's go into the faction store and go to the temporal refinery, and let's see how many shards that would actually get of, say, an epic. All right, let's go to the Guardian of Forever. Let's go to the Guardian of Forever. The Guardian of Forever. So with 20,000, I'm going to say 21,000 temporal disruptors would get me 100 shards of the Guardian of Forever. That is enough for 1 level of 1 temporal artifact. The Guardian of Forever has 12 levels. And, well, technically 8 that use temporal disruptors, and then 4 more that use remnants, which, by the way, are gargantuanly higher number of shards. So let's look at the temporal artifacts and how many shards it actually takes. This is where I wish I had Jules, because he's got some stupid. Look here we go. The number of remnants for 1 epic artifact, 32, 5,400. 5,400 remnants. Okay? 5,400 remnants. That would cost $5,400 remnants. Oh boy. Divide by 90 is 60 pulls times 600. That would be 36,000 temporal disruptors. So
a day and a half.
2 days for those final remnants on top of the other 12 to 14, maybe 15 days on maxing that one. and how many artifacts do we have? So we're talking taking an artifact from 0 to max is going to take roughly 18 to 20 days. And that is if I have invested 100% of my income into temporal disruptors. Now, granted, 20 days is still pretty dang on fast to max an artifact, but it is mastery. It's not instant. It's not click. It's accelerated. It's mastery. And by the way, we're talking one artifact. How many of them are there? Look at all of these. There's daggone near 100 at this point. It'll be cheaper.
Well,
it'll be faster. It is not instant. It is faster hyperdrive, which is the definition of mastery. You're not going to get me off this mastery kick. To fully max all the temporal artifacts, you would still be looking at multiple years. Don't forget Don't forget the fact that you still got to be.
How many artifacts?
I said there's probably near 100. How many do you think you got?
Temporal artifacts?
All right, let's call.
You think you have near 100 of those?
Okay, hang on. I'll count.
There's like 12.
There's not 12 matters. Shush.
Okay.
Which one of us do you want to fight with? Because when matters and I agree on things, it's terrifying.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 30. You got 30.
Temporal disruptors?
Temporal.
Or
30 of them.
Temporal artifacts?
Temporal artifacts.
That
30 of them.
The disruptors?
That take disruptors.
That are free to play?
Are free to play?
Is that including the paid?
Out of the 30, I included 6 of those that are pay to unlock, but still use temporal restoration to upgrade.
Okay, so 24.
Okay, 24 times 20 days. That's still 400 days.
Sorry,
it's still a year and a half. It's still a year and a half for mastery.
How many
20?
temporal whatevers do you get per day when you did your math? 100 and something?
How many what?
You said you got like 120 disruptors per day?
Can we count again, please?
No. I don't care.
Okay.
Listen, it doesn't need to be. I'm not trying to count a precise number of days. I'm giving it a rough estimate. It is still going to be over a year.
Really far off.
It's not that far off. It's still going to be over a year if you were to max every temporal artifact with the income that's given. By the way, we're also assuming that you're up 60, and we're also assuming that you are spending every credit on artifacts and no officers. No.
And you're also assuming that whoever we're talking about is starting at 0 with no other sourcing.
Okay, fine. Should mastery take a year? Did the independent archives take a year? Did it take a year to master Voyager, Tally, and Monavine? We did that in weeks, guys. Weeks. Starting from 0.
I think you're missing my point, but I'm not.
Well, go right ahead.
It's fine.
No, go ahead. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna count the number of days. But we knew coming in.
I'm not asking you to.
All right. So you and Matters do have a different opinion. I was warned before the show, though, guys. I was warned that I might have to sit down and be wrong because Matters and Tarpey actually agree on this. All right. Which never happens. No, Van Man, they're not going to fight. They're going to fight me. All right. All right. So I'll tell you what, I will sit back. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, I have been very monopolistic of the stage time tonight. Tarpey.
I also told you before the show started that I'm not willing to argue.
Fair enough. I'm going to sit back and be quiet. Tell me why I'm wrong.
No, I'm literally not willing to go into it. Matters. It's all you.
Oh, jeez. Put me on the spot.
All right, Matters. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So, like, it's a lot faster to unlock everything just because it's like the epic temporal artifacts, you need 550 temporal disruptors to get it to the remnant levels. So that's really only 5 days, the way they had it before.
On an epic?
5 days to get it on an 550, and that's before factoring in Lorca's cost efficiency.
Okay.
So it's much faster to unlock, and that's the epic. The rares are going to be even faster, and the uncommons are going to be even faster than that.
And it should be on mastery, but okay.
Yeah. So so my opinion, and it's slightly different than Tarpy's, but we're more aligned than either one of us are with the community. But I think I'm even further away, as usual. I mean, I think we all knew when this came out that it was a mistake. I get that some people then felt like it wasn't, but when this first came out, nobody doubted that it was a mistake. Even on stream, when Griffin was able to multi-chest pull this, and you said, "Oh, I got to see if this is intentional," everyone in chat and Griffin all started shouting no at you and saying that they'll hate you forever if you screw this up for us.
Agreed.
I know we had a discussion with Tiger, and included in that discussion there was it was mentioned about it speeding up the loop and yada, and he agreed to that. I don't remember if anyone specifically asked him, is it supposed to not have a cooldown? So I don't really know if he was just going along, because even without a cooldown, it's still, or even with a cooldown, it still speeds up the loop because you can still pull it every day. So when you get to the end and you are 60 plus, you're still speeding up your temporal artifact loop because you're still getting that one pull per day, which is speeding everything up by a lot more than any other temporal disruptor source in the game. It's still the best source, I think, of temporal disruptors out of anything in the game, even with the cooldown. So it still is a speed up and a mastery of the loop. With it, so I am not convinced that they actually realized and understood that it had absolutely no cooldown, no limit, no cooldown. So my whole feelings on them coming out with this cooldown now, even though it's 4 months later, is tough cookies to everybody. I think they made a mistake in the beginning. For whatever reason, they never realized it. And even if they did realize it and think that maybe it's not much of a priority until more recently, they decided, okay, maybe it is more of a priority. Maybe it's because people are finishing those tasks in Alliance tournaments. Maybe it's because they're noticing that a lot of accounts all of a sudden have all their temporal artifacts maxed. Maybe it's because a bunch of people have these epic officers maxed way faster than they were expecting. And it's causing, I don't know, problems or conversation. So maybe they did know about it. They just didn't realize how much of an issue it was until recently. Regardless of that, whether they didn't realize until now or whether they did realize and just didn't care until now, it was a mistake at the beginning. It doesn't make any sense for it not to be a mistake. And everyone that got to take advantage of it, awesome. And the people that don't, well, I'm sorry. Mistakes happen. Some people get to take advantage of it. Some people don't. Usually they fix it a lot faster. But guess what? Whenever it ends up getting fixed, it just doesn't work anymore. And they shouldn't have to warn people that it's about to be not fixed. I don't think they should have even given us what they did. I think it was more than generous, personally. It's more than I would have given. and you can turn on viewer attack now and put a picture of my face in the corner.
I am not going to turn on viewer attack. All right, I'm not going to turn on viewer attack, and I'm gonna totally. You know what? I 1,000% respect your right to have that opinion, because I
don't have Max either. I'm in the same boat as you, by the way. I don't have any of these things. I have one of the artifacts Max now, but I just pull every day. But I've been pulling other stuff. I don't have a massive bank of credits. I don't have all the officers Max. It's not like I'm done with it and now I'm fine with it being taken away to screw everybody else and widen the gap or whatever. I'm in the same boat, but I don't hoard it. I do a pull every day anyway, and I have been doing a pull every day anyway. So really, it doesn't affect me. I just played the loop the way that I think it was supposed to be played.
Vool agrees with you and says, I don't think that this was ever supposed to work this way. However, he still believes that a warning would have saved sentiment. Communication was needed.
Warning.
Go ahead.
A warning when something was out for 4 months of giving us 48 hours would have been amazing. I've literally been saying this in multiple Discords for the last 2 days. They should have not had it this way for 4 months, and they should have given us warning. And I think the worst part about this for me was they gave us, an hour warning, then pulled all of the packs or the claims that we could do, and then they launched the spend event for those credits.
Yeah.
And that to me was the biggest slap in the face for the community that, hey, you can no longer do this loop the way that you have understood how to do the loop for the last 4 months as of 2 hours ago. And now we're giving you a spend event for it. Teehee, that hurt the most to me. And yeah, I know they pulled the claims. I said the wrong word, people. Okay? I've also had a really long stinking week. So anyway, Scopely just should have communicated better, which is the thing that I've said for weeks about things like this. They stink at communication.
Communication has been epically bad this month. I don't know.
Yeah, Echo was doing great, but like the fact they needed prodding so many times, that kind of stunk. Like that had to hurt them too. They noticed.
Yeah. Matters. I mentioned this to Tarpy before the show, and I think that it bears repeating, and I want to make sure that Tarpy hears it too, and that Sean hears it in YouTube chat, and you guys all hear it in podcast. Is Matters totally has his opinion. You know, Bubba has his opinion. I have my opinion. Griffin has his opinion. What has always been amazing about this show, and I do not regret this. I will not ever take it back. The reason that there are almost 500 people in the live studio audience right now is because all voices are respected and heard. Sometimes I might get a little bit carried away, Sean, and I'll argue a little bit more heatedly, especially with Matters, because he's always wrong. I even told him tonight.
Every time.
I told him tonight, I said, I can't remember exactly what you said, but I said, oh, well, hold on, let me see if I can find it. I actually want to read it. You write, because I gave you my show notes, and he said that I'm assuming that because you said this, that you think that your stance is this, and it shouldn't be that. And I said, I'm willing to let you be wrong. I'm actually going to encourage it. We all need a little comic relief tonight. That's what I wrote.
Right?
Yeah. I joked with him about
I'm
I
not
wanted
trying to
it.
be defensive. Yeah. Like, I'm not trying to be defensive. People were like, "Hey, you said the wrong word." I'm like, "I know I said the wrong word. It was one word."
Yeah, just one. Okay. But what I
Jeez.
do want to draw attention to here is that the opinions are always welcome. The source of debate, an intelligent debate, will always draw fresh ideas. Okay. And I think Scopely is in desperate need of a fresh idea when it comes to this particular mechanic, to this problem that they perceive to be a problem. All right. I don't believe it's a problem, but they do believe it's a problem. So a true compromise, a real compromise, needs to come from those angles. Right, Tarpy? If Scopely thinks it's an actual problem for them, we need to either A, convince them that it's not, or acknowledge that it could be a problem for them and offer a solution that is viable to both parties. That's the definition of a compromise. I do not believe what we got today was a compromise because there was no communication. There was no addressing what the community's problems actually were. So I do always welcome opinions. I do always, when Matters wanted to share, I absolutely, when Tarpy told me that she agreed with Matters broadly, I said I wanted those opinions on the show because they do represent somebody somewhere. Maybe not very many of you, but they do. There's no voices that aren't welcome here. Let me put it that way. All right, there's no voices that aren't welcome here, but this is a dangerous trend. It's a dangerous precedent, I think. Matters, let me ask you this. Are you as confident in what a mechanic is going to be 6 months from now as you were a week ago? For example, the brand new Junker. All right, came out.
Yeah.
Cool mechanic. The ship parts refinery was a little squishy. They came out within what? A week and said, okay, we're going to bump this thing up. Now we're praising it. At tier 6, it's offering 100 rare ship parts a day, which is bar none the best sourcing in the game. What is to keep Scopely from 4 months from now saying, oh, you know what? That was off by a factor of 10. We're going to drop it to 10 rare ship parts instead of 100. This was a big misunderstanding.
Because they put out a blog post saying this is what it's going to be, and they communicated directly saying this is how much the refinery is going to be.
So it needs to
They
be.
didn't say.
Does it need to be present in a blog post, or is it being present in the game enough?
No. Being present in the game is not enough because that involves coding. It's not just someone typing out an announcement. It's not that simple. It requires coding. It requires testing. It requires whatever, and things slip through the crack and things get missed. If they figure out how to fix the down bug tomorrow and axe it with no communication, that's fine. It doesn't have to be part of the game just because it existed forever if it was never supposed to be part of the game. They don't need to communicate with us ahead of time. They don't need to tell us they're going to do it. If it's never supposed to be there and they finally realize that it exists or realize how to fix it or realize that it's a problem and eliminate it, and we are all pretty sure and there was no communication saying that it should have existed, then that's their right as the game developer. They don't need to tell us ahead of time.
Fair point.
It's the same thing.
So, are you, Matters, confident in purchasing content from Scopely? Are you confident enough in purchasing that content that it will not be modified and or nerfed weeks and or months down the road? Is that a fair expectation of consumers?
I am confident that that is the case. But if ever there is something in the game that we stumble upon where everybody thinks, let's not ask about this because it's probably not intended, there is no time limit on how long I like. There's no time that it's in the game that I will expect that it will be there forever and have a problem if it just disappears. Unless they come out and say, yes, we know that is happening. We know it's working this way and that's intended. Like explicitly. Because otherwise, it could be a bug. And if it is a bug, they might not know about it. And in the future, they might find out about it and they might fix it. And I mean, they did that with the officer synergy bugs, similar to the down bug that just all of a sudden stopped working. There's no announcement. They didn't need to announce it. It was a player beneficial bug. People were using it to their advantage, and then it just stopped working. Well, that's because it was never supposed to happen. This time, they at least gave us a blog post saying, hey, guess what? We changed this because of unbalance issues. So this is now it's got cooldowns. Like it was all, I mean, they didn't, I don't know if they said like it was all supposed to, but my assumption would have been because it was always supposed to. And like I said, either they didn't know or they didn't really care that much. And now they care for reasons I don't know, but they do. So they're doing it. And I don't think it has anything to do with the relativity because no one's getting more out of the relativity really until the relativity is like up to their ops level. There isn't a lot more wreckage to be gained by owning the relativity. You get a lot of that faction rep loot from it, but
11 minutes to dailies.
Huh?
Karkin, we're in the middle of a conversation.
I know. I was trying to wait as long as I could, but it's only 11 minutes.
I can only wait 11 minutes to dailies, everybody.
11 minutes to dailies. For all of you listening in podcast, I want you to look at your watch and realize you only have 11 minutes from this moment. All right, to get your dailies done. It could be 2:30 in the afternoon. Karkin says you only got 11 minutes. Daystro says, hey, we've got a Golden Kappa hype train in the chat right now. Wait, a Golden Kappa?
Of course we do.
Why would we have oh my dear Lord, why would we have a Golden Kappa on one of the most controversial shows of the year? Why would we decide to come in and have a Golden Kappa hype train right now? You know what? Okay, that's great. You guys just dump a bunch of money in here, get yourself a Golden Kappa. That way you can use it on Twitch and all the other channels for the next 24 to 36 hours. There you go. Just go ahead and just start dropping bits. Let's go. Gift the subs. Let's go. Go. Get your Golden Kappa. Oh, wow. Plugster, you didn't need to do 10. Thank you. Plugster dropping 10. Oh, man alive.
Okay.
Van Man says, let's hope Twitch doesn't take it away. Your response matters.
It wasn't intended.
Oh, yeah, Twitch is going to come out and be like, sorry, the Golden Kappa on your channel was unintended tonight.
I can't believe you couldn't last 2 more minutes.
No, God. Oh, my goodness gracious. You're going to hear the alerts go crazy. Podcast audience, I apologize. For those of you in the live studio audience, 100 bits or 1 sub is going to give you access to a Golden Kappa emote that you'll be able to use all throughout Twitch for the next 36 hours. I appreciate that very much. The Golden Kappa has a cooldown, says Mord. Yeah, but are they going to remove the Golden Kappa when they realize that I just had a Golden Kappa yesterday and maybe I'm not supposed to have it today? I mean, I'm just asking questions. Madrock says it's 20.
I miss one yesterday?
Madrock says it's 24 hours, not 36. You know what? They say 24 hours, but mine always lasts more than 24 hours. I think they have a daily reset.
Quality.
Also. Thank you. I think they have a daily reset
also. You didn't stream
also.
yesterday, right?
No, I was, guys, I was being facetious.
Okay.
God.
Okay.
I'm so positive. I'm full of positive energy.
Thank you, Plugster. I was just trying to drive an illustrative point home. All right. In the meantime, while we are celebrating a golden cap of hype, oh my
DJ,
God, already level 7.
What is wrong with you?
Everything is wrong with me, Doug. All of it is wrong with me. Thank you very much. Ross says I'm 8 days away from unlocking a golden kappa. I love you, buddy. I'm 8 days away. Oh. Thank you guys very much for contributing if you're in the live studio audience. Here's what I'm going to do at this point. We have been going for right at 3 hours. So let's spend a few minutes and literally just get your reaction. Okay? Whether it's in chat, whether it's in voice, I'm over in the Discord right now where you can raise your hand, you can come up, you can. Texas guy says the Beck voice is disgusting. Wait, what? No, that is a joke about. So I did a 24-hour stream, Texas guy, except it wasn't 24 hours. It was 23 hours and 58 minutes. And everybody gave me grief about not going 2 more minutes, and that just ended up being a thing. It's obviously a funny play on words, but it's not meant for anything other than I did 23 hours. And that was a year ago, by the way. That was a year ago. This past weekend, I did another alleged 24-hour stream, but I couldn't bring myself to actually do 24 hours. That's right, Wham. It wasn't 24 hours. I did 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. That's right. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 30 seconds. In the meantime, we are going to hop on over to the Discord stage. Yo, Shiz! What's going on, my man? Ladies and gentlemen, the ever analytical, this guy is a mathematical genius. Uh-oh, you're roboting on me a little bit there, Shiz. But this guy's very, very, very smart. He understands game mechanics very, very well. I'm curious. You know what? I'm glad you're... Uh-oh. Yo, there he is. Shiz, I'm glad you're here. Tell me, without interruption, okay? I'm going to sit here and I'm going to be quiet, except for if I need to say anything about the Golden Kappa Hype Train, which, by the way, there's only 2 minutes left on the Hype Train. All right, 2 minutes left if you guys want to extend it for another 4. We're at level 7, which is amazing. Thank you guys so much. Only 13 subs away, or 6,200 bits away from extending it another 4 minutes and getting you guys some extra hype. Shiz, welcome to Talking Trek. Appreciate you being on the stage. What is your opinion of this whole giant hashtag free DTI debacle? Where do you stand and why?
I think my biggest question is, what specifically did it unbalance? I know everybody has looked toward the Alliance task, and I do agree with that being an issue. But as has been pointed out, that's an issue in the... What?
Nothing. I'm sorry. Lord Iscarin was just being entirely disrespectful and hilarious at the same time. I'm sorry. Please continue.
Okay. No, my bad. I turned off... I muted the Twitch, and audio on Discord seems to be a little wonky on the stage. So what I was going to say is, from a G5 perspective, it's not an issue, but it is the Kremen time weapon when it came out was a great artifact in my opinion. It helps with Armada punch up. It's a PvE. It's super helpful to the player side. And when it comes down to it, I would say mid G5, you're still in a place where the Vindy chest is actually really approachable. The early G5 is a great place. As long as your alliance can carry you at those late Vindy armadas, you can start pulling those chests like mad. You can't max pull those if you're like a G6, unless you're willing to say, hey, you're going to give up most of your credits from the solo wave defense, which at this point would be harsh to do, but at a later point might be reasonable. G5 actually have a great place because they can pull those Vindy chests. You get a ridiculous source of temporal disruptors from the rare if you can max pull that, especially when your Emerald Chain gives you that +1, because that alone it can the chart actually was short 1 roll, because the minimum roll is actually 4 rolls of the temporal disruptors. So you end up with a really high amount. With once you're pulling that for 3, you're pulling 11,000 at a minimum for the 3. And so at a low G5, lower mid G5, you're getting a lot of temporal disruptors, and you're actually able to push really hard on temporal disruptors of those I can advance by the temporal disruptors, I have more that I'm locked by the gallery level than I can advance at this point. Like I could pull that up in screenshot if you want to see which ones. I'm like, some of the ones that are left, it's just these are ones where it's like, oh, I wasn't pushing these before. Like I've maxed out the eye, I've maxed out the Glavin. So there's a lot of things that now work really well and work in my favor. And my ships, you know, I'm to a point where I'm closing in on 200% isolytic damage as an example. And so that helps push forward a lot on the temporal artifact. And so, yes, it's a nice way to do it for players, but at the same time, like, it was a nice update. But I just, like, that's been my question. It's like, that doesn't seem like the only thing for it really to be, because it's helpful, yes, for Alliance tournament, but as you're like, as everybody has pointed out, it's gated by the number of directives that you can get for running Prenum, which, once again, another mechanic that's harder if you're more advanced of a player. The earlier on, if you've gone heavy on your research, if you've gone heavy on investing on your ships, and you can punch up, and you're still at a place where you can punch up to the point that you can have more credits and be max pulling your credits all the time, then it's the credit that becomes where you're gated by on this. In regards to the DTI mechanic, and some of it even goes toward like, because when Griffin did that first thing and he went nuts pulling the time weapon, the thing was, oh hey, you busted past where you maxed it out. There isn't yet an overflow mechanic for it originally, and that originally was, oh hey, eventually in the next month you're going to be able to back convert that. So I guess like some of it, like, just that original, hey, this is really nice, you can spend all the credits, you have a lot of flexibility. Because I'll admit, I had been on that path of, let me push the favors first, let me max this out. And that's part of the reason why, as a G5, I'm, you know, I hadn't really been wowed by the offer this month. I was looking to because I just hit up 56 recently, and I'm getting ready to get my rares. But I was like, I'll do that next month. I'll be able to push really hard on those. But I already, with my G5 commons, I'm already clearing the 60 solos. I can't hit the 62s based on range till I get epics. So now at this point, not only am I maxed out of loot, the thing that's frustrating is I can do the damage I want to the armadas. This is a nice to have, but even on that loop, it's gated by the credit gate on it, which when I get the relativity, that'll help because it'll make it easier to get more out of the formation than do more with my alliance. But at the same time, like, it just, you know, it goes back to the fact that everyone has been pointing out, like, what it penalizes people that hadn't taken the route of there's no cooldown on this, push on these things instead of getting the favors, instead of working that loop, instead of working that favor, go through these things which are beneficial to outside, of take the loop escape items before completing the things inside the loop. And I'd say most other loops, you at least first do the things that make the loop better. Whereas the Kremen, if you were earlier on, you can be in a position where you end up so strong with Prenum that, like, because I used to be like, okay, this is one of the times I'm going to pull out my buff ships. I'm going to wait I'm going to organize this around the next 4 days. You know, I'm going to do all the buffs to be able to punch up. And now I'm at a point where I'm like, oh, I can do what I want until, you know, without having to do a max forward. I can maybe I buff, maybe I don't. I go so long between pulls that I'm like, oh, it's another Kremen solo damage event. I'm going to do this. But now I'm at a point where I'm in a bracket where people have epics. So as many of them as I want to hit, I can't keep up because they have a bigger target to hit.
So
I know that's a tangent from where we're talking.
Yeah, let me rein that in, because you're talking about damage dealt events, which has no bearing on the credit. Let me just ask you point blank, just real summary answer. Do you think that Scopely should roll back the DTI changes? Are we good moving forward? I was having trouble circling your opinion there. Do you feel like this is fine, or what's your opinion on the actual change itself?
I think the compromise they reached today at least puts us in a better place. I think where I'm going with that is, even if they remove the cooldown on credits, the ability to put that, as people have said, is still gated by the directives, and we have other events with that loop that already provide separation of players. And it goes back to whether they're pushing invest in your account or push it forward.
So are we rolling it back or are we leaving it as is?
Ideally, since the strategy had been, hey, you have the flexibility, anything that moves us back towards giving players, finding that space where players have that flexibility would be progress. But I would also say that flexibility to say, you can at least now cap it out till you can get it to remnants. Because there are a lot of ways to get remnants, even with the loss of this. But it is harsh to the player and removes a lot of choice with the original. So the compromise puts us in at least a much better place that I don't think is fully acknowledged. It's harsh on the officers, it's harsh for the chaos tag, but at least on the artifacts, it's still a lot of progress.
So I'm going to mark you down for rollback. Hashtag free DTI. Thank you very much. Shiz, appreciate you very much. Always a pleasure to have you on. Spectre is here. Spectre, I suspect that you're not a big fan of what's happened in the last 24 hours.
Oh, I'm not, but I think that's pretty much obvious to anyone who knows me.
Fair enough. Tell me a little bit about, and meanwhile, you guys are also welcome to raise your hand over in the Discord if you'd like to come in and voice. And I will also read a couple of comments as we get ready to wrap up today. At this point, hashtag free DTI. Is that what needs to happen? Or what is your suggestion to Scopely? Spectre, welcome to the stage.
Thanks. I think the concern here is the precedent this sets. That this can be done 4 months down the road, and now if this is what it's going to be, then, well, what is it? Could it be 2 months? Could it be 1 month? That's the concern that I have regarding this particular way that they did this. The other concern I have is the way they just said, okay, we're doing this, and that's it. There was no okay, we're doing this, but we're going to do something to balance this out. We're going to give you we're going to give you 1 or 2 extra Credum solos, or we're going to give you 1 or 2 extra S31 solo directives per day. So that way, it doesn't seem like we're, bending you over, basically. Right?
I would argue with that, Spectre, though, because more directives doesn't fix the issue of the time gate of the credit income. The credit income is already the time gate. So, extra directives don't do anything to solve this. That's not any kind of an offset. Me personally, I would have been furious with that as a trade-off, because it's not a trade-off in any way, shape, or form. I'm still time gated by the credit refinery. More directives is not going to do anything for me, right?
Maybe I haven't mathed that out correctly, but in any case, I am very much a proponent of, hey, let's roll this back. And the other thing is that, as I said, the precedent here is dangerous. What guarantee do we have that if we invest in any mechanic or any pack or any spend of any description, that they're just going to wave a hand and say, we were wrong?
Yeah, I don't disagree. Brett says, I do not understand why they don't just say, okay, this hurts people who stockpiled. As Tarpey said, here's a week with no timers, but they're going to be back in a week. Burn your stash. I agree with that. Amber says, hashtag free DTI. DJs, what's next? The Tantalus field is so powerful, so we got to nerf it. The slipstream drive too strong. Nerf. Prime ship parts efficiency is making ships too cheap. They have set it up so that they can nerf anything without warning. Agree with Spectre. This sets a dangerous precedent. Divine says, why continue selling DTI credit packs and directives for Crenum? They are worthless now. Spectre, thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Server 32, Herps is on the line. Welcome to Talking Trek. Hashtag free DTI, buddy. Where you at?
Yeah, actually, I listening to what you just said, kind of took away a lot of what I was going to say. I agree with the players on the, saying that, hey, this was a switch out of nowhere. It really hurts a lot of players who had planned around it. I saw a couple comments today that people were stockpiling and ready to go max Tolra or Veil. And it dramatically changes that. The one thing that I didn't hear, though, is that I think it will actually drive lower engagement into a feature like this. So right now, I might go and I might do a whole bunch of Crenum solos so that I can build those credits up, so I can go dump them into, when a new artifact comes out. But if I don't have that and I'm time gated, then I'm not going to worry about this. And I've got enough to pull my dailies, every day, once a day. And that's it. So I think they're going to hurt their own features that they've invested development time into with this.
I think you're 1,000% right. I've seen a lot of that sentiment, which is, we can't trust the feature to be what they're selling us today down the road. I'm much less likely, I'm reading it in chat right now, I'm much less likely to buy on new features ever again for the fear of them nerfing or changing a mechanic only weeks or months down the road. Count DeVille says, I trust nothing now. I don't even care what comes out in a materials. Comes out in a mat. It's a skip. They are doing serious damage to their own potential revenue. They're doing damage to their potential future releases by eroding consumer confidence. All right, I agree with that 1,000%. That is, it's a scary thing. Game Junior says, simply put, it's disrespectful to players, and altering features people have paid to participate in is very dangerous, shaky ground. Wham agreeing 1,000%. Shriva saying impacts their credibility to an unjust level. Thank you very much, Herbs. I appreciate that so very much. We're going to pop on over to Phoenix Alliance. Mad, what's going on, Maj Mad? How are you, buddy? Welcome in to Talking Trek.
Can you hear me?
I got you, buddy. Hashtag free DTI. What does it mean to you?
Exactly. I think I vehemently disagree with Matters. Primarily, I'm a spender, obviously. I'm Op 66. I invest in the game. I've purchased this, and I'm probably going to continue to spend. And I've taken advantage of what it's currently set up. My problem is that the way Matters explains it, as long as they don't say anything, then they can change anything. So if they have a feature and they don't post out, oh, well, this feature is supposed to do this or that, and we invest in it because it's doing that, and it's doing it for a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. Well, they never actually posted it was supposed to do this. So now they can go back and change it. And then your investment becomes moot. And to me, that's a significant problem. And as a spender, I don't see the value of my dollars being continued if they can just change at a whim, and that's a dangerous precedent to set.
Clifford asked the question, Maj, and I want to ask you because this is actually a really good point. This has come up. Clifford says, DJ, I feel like we just had this conversation. Does not anybody remember them clawing back the loot goblins in the Mirror Universe? I wonder, Maj, how that is different. I remember us talking about that. The cooldowns were out, and if you remember, Matters, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak on this as well because it supports your opinion, supports your position. The loot goblins in the Mirror Universe, after you bought the Protector, came out, and they were respawning much more frequently, right? They were respawning almost immediately. Now, Scopely came out, that was also delayed significantly. Maj, probably 4 weeks? I think it was the entire next month. It wasn't even mid-month patch. It was a month later. They came back and said, hey, these are not spawning properly, not the right times. We adjusted these down, and the community threw a fit then. But also, it was a silent, what I refer to as a ninja nerf, a silent but deadly. They made the change. Players found it, they acknowledged it, and then there was outrage. Is this a lesson that we should have learned by now? Is Bubba Joe right? and that we're just doing this to ourselves, Maj?
No, I think that's uniquely different. I think the Loot Goblin is essentially a nerf to a grind mechanic. And at least for someone in my ops, we were able to get that particular loot through so many other means that it was to me it was insignificant. I didn't experience any significant change in my gameplay when it happened when the Nuke Goblin was nerfed. It just didn't impact me at all. So maybe I guess if it impacted me, I would have thought about it or felt differently. But it just really didn't impact my gameplay. For this particular mechanic, I've already maxed most of my my all of those other things, so that's not an issue for me in terms of that. Is me when for the AT is what I use this for. I primarily use it as a means to do AT essentially rent free, as it were, because I would invest in that way. So to me, that's where I see the impact of it for me.
I like that perspective. People do argue though, and I remember talking about this. I felt a little awkward about this with the Protector, because even though there was a different grind and there were other benefits of the Mirror Universe, I know that Trillium D was a choke point there for a minute, and the Goblins were a fantastic way to continue sourcing that you needed for the officers, that you needed for the loops, that you needed for the rift keys and all this stuff. The Trillium D was very, very valuable there. And obviously it was available for purchase and there were other ways to get it, but very early on, that was the native choke point. And so when those Goblins came out, there probably were people who invested heavily into the Protector in order to be able to acquire Trillium D more efficiently. Then that changed as well. So I can see that. Brett says primary difference here may be that this issue has left people with stockpiles of useless DTI credits. The Loot Goblins did not invalidate your currency. And that is probably a very fair point. Maj, if you, as a player who is not affected by this, what do you think that the right thing for Scopely to do? What should they do? Is this something that the players need to accept and move on? Or, I mean, you're not affected, so your opinion might carry more weight.
All right, so I agree with Tarpy in this way. So I think that if they had given some sort of notice to allow players to spin down their stockpiles, I think that would have gone a long way as to easing the angst of this change. I understand that the game can change. I accept that as truth. But I do think they should have communicated more effectively and allowed players to spin those credits down. And I think that's the solution. I don't think I understand this game has to make money. So I accept that. I don't think that they will go back to the way it was. I just honestly don't believe they're going to do that. So the only true compromise they could do that could probably ease player sentiment is to give them some breath and space to spend whatever pools they have already. And unfortunately for those who are just about to free to play it, we always say, you pay to get, to go quicker. And in this case, the people who paid for it in advance got a different experience. But on the same tokens, those of us who paid to get into G6 early will have a different experience than those who will come behind us. It's just, that's the part of the game.
Yeah, that's a very, very valid and fair perspective, is that the experience is always different. And I have said on this show that I am protective and I am respectful of what I have coined the term as premium access. Spenders need to feel their value. Spenders need to experience their benefit. Otherwise, there's no incentive in spending. This one, though, for those free to play, it's almost a double whammy, Maj. Before they're waiting 100 days to start that experience, but now it's 100 days for them to start the experience, and the experience is going to have a much different end game than what it is for us, which can feel double whammy to those players, and I certainly understand and respect that particular opinion. Maj, thank you so much. Appreciate you being on the show. Appreciate you very much for participating. Thank you for being so well-spoken. The stage is open as we prepare our final 10 minutes of the show here, Tarpy. If you would like to hop in the Discord and raise your hand in the studio room, we've got just a couple of minutes left. Looking at a couple of the comments, Raj says, this is a rug pull. They just took 4 months to pull it off. This is wrong in so many ways. Rebuild says, DJ, that is what I dislike as a free-to-play. It's not just my delay in acquiring the content, but now it's my delay in acquiring the content and proceeding through it at roughly 80% slower speed than somebody who acquired it. Not to demean their incentive or their paid investment, but it's not anywhere close to the same experience here only 4 months later. Retrieving says, this is the first time free-to-play has had a delayed, nerfed experience to the paid and premium content. If anything, free-to-play have had an easier time because of efficiencies pushing them faster. Are you suggesting, Retrieving, that a delayed experience is the typical experience and that this one being delayed and nerfed is a bad thing or should be acceptable? I'm curious on your position there. Tarpy, as we get ready to wrap up, where does Scopely go from here? I mean, is it just as simple as letting people burn down the banks and then moving forward, or has more damage been done and a more significant response required? Oh, Tarpy fell asleep. All right, Matters, I'll redirect the same question to you.
I'm here.
There's
I was
Tarpy.
muted.
There we go.
I had to switch headphones because we went too long. They have a lot of damage control to do. Like, they have, for a lot of the spenders, and the spenders are the ones that pay more attention, I feel like, than a lot of other people, where for the majority of the community, it didn't matter that the cooldown is now different today than it was last week. And so a lot of the spenders are going to be looking at Scopely and Scopely's future content and wondering, is what I'm paying for now going to be is it going to be the same in a month, 2 months, 4 months, 6 months? And a lot of us are going to be like, do I want to still spend money on this thing if this potentially player beneficial whatever content could just be changed with zero warning, zero consultation in the guise of balance? And we know that they are not and cannot tell us everything that's coming. So whatever they tell us, it needs to be really straightforward in a lot of ways that Scopely just hasn't been before. Like, I want to trust Scopely to be able to come up with good content, but it's going to be really hard for a lot of people to spend the money and think that they're getting what is advertised. So Scopely has to come up with a way to communicate better, to say that and hold themselves to the idea that they're not going to change what people buy some number of weeks or months down the road in a way that is what they did. Because, yeah, they still have a right to change content. Because they do. It's their game. I don't know.
Wham says that basically agreeing with everything you say here. Right now, the priority for Scopely is building back trust. Show, don't just tell. Back up the promises with concrete actions and demonstrate a commitment to improvement. Listen to the feedback. Actively listen to player feedback. Be present, vocal, and visible. Be receptive to the constructive criticism and develop a strategy long-term that builds trust, humanizes your content, and maintains a positive reputation. You know, that seems very common sense, Wham. Seems very, very common sense. yet it does seem to be something that we struggle with here. All right.
3 minutes of ads.
3 minutes of ads. We're going to have to disregard the ads. I'm going to go to the stage as we get ready to wrap up here. Dastros, friend of the show and fellow talking trekker from Miami. What's going on, Dastros? Welcome in from Server 32. Hashtag free DTI. Where do you stand, buddy?
What is up, gang? Can you hear me?
We got you, bud.
All right. So here's what I think. Short term, this is extremely bad from the levels of impact that I have on players. Going forward, we have a new arc coming in 5 days with new features coming. Why would anybody be willing to invest in that feature if Scopely just said, hey, these packs that we have in the store right now that give you DTI stuff are completely devalued because now you can't spend it because you're time gated everywhere. So why would anyone want to buy next month's feature, the feature after that, any feature they release when they can just say, oh, hey, by the way, now that feature you bought X number of months ago that you already paid for, sorry, you can't use it the way we told you you were going to be able to use it. So trust from buyers of any level is completely eroded. What they do has to fix that first, rebuilding that trust, like has been said, because who knows when, if ever, this will be fixed, and if those spenders who are furious about this will ever want to invest in the game again.
Let me ask you, do you think the solution that Tarpy and I agree on, a period of time to burn the bank, is that enough?
It is enough for the short term. In the long term, they can't ever try to pull a move like this again because this is going to stick in people's craw longer than the Mantis debacle ever will.
Oh yeah, this is
So,
big. This is Galagate
This
big.
is bigger than this is huge.
bigger than that.
So
I think it's bigger than Galagate because I mean, I agree. I think it's bigger than Galagate.
definitely, this is worse. This is worse than Mantis Comp. Like, this is
Galagate was one Armada type, and it wasn't necessarily about money. This is people have spent money on content, and they've changed significantly, not just a little bit, significantly changed people's interaction with that content. This is very different and much more significant than Galagate.
Matters, you disagree. Go ahead with your opposition. Where's your counter?
Yeah, I don't think it's worse than Galagate because Gala not only was something that has always worked a specific way. Like what they did is they changed how she worked against everything, simply because they didn't realize it was going to work against the new armadas that they brought in, and I think they know that that was worse because they switched her back, and they switched the armada instead, which is exactly what they should have done to balance Gala to begin with.
But
is just change the armada, not turn Gala off everywhere, because that had much more widespread.
The counterpoint is nobody spent money on Gala.
Well, did anybody buy DTI credit packs for
Absolutely.
DTI credits that they haven't been spending and they're just sitting on?
Absolutely. I know, at least in my case, there's a 70 on my server who has hundreds of it because he's been waiting to cash those in for Alliance tournaments or when
Why
they
did
release
he
a
wait
new artifact.
until the tournament to buy the pack?
That's on him. But
Exactly.
that situation cannot exist in just that one place. There have to be other players who have bought the packs, sitting on currency, waiting to exchange it for the future.
How is it a good idea to spend a bunch of money and buy a bunch of packs for a bunch of currency that you're planning on spending a month from now?
How is that different from
spending it when
how is that different from a Grabthar's Hammer Pack or a Treasury? And how is that different? We buy for extra resources, we buy for extra materials, and then we wait for an opportunity to spend it when it's advantageous for us, right?
But have we
We've been seeing the we've been seeing
since
this
the first month?
cosmic.
Have we had special packs that give you even more?
Yeah,
than
when
just
they
the normal
come,
pack that you can buy every day.
and when they come, people will buy those packs and they will spend those materials at a time that suits them. Not only that, but even if they didn't buy the DTI pack, all right, and I'll concede to your point here. Maybe that was a silly action, but buying the ship matters. How do you justify it there? I bought the ship. I bought an upgrade pack for the ship.
You do, and it is
You
incremental.
get a tiny amount more from the ship.
The leftover after the daily pulls associated with the ship almost negate getting the ship, but that's a different factor.
Like, well, it completely negates the ship.
No, but tiering the ship pays me more. Tiering the ship pays me more.
Tiering the ship pays more, and tiering the ship also modifies the Formation Armada chest for the Crenum Formatas, which pay stupid amounts of credits. So, it does have impact there.
Like, before people get the ship, are they unable to do those polls?
No, they pay better once the ship has been purchased.
No, those polls do not pay better.
Yes, they do.
All that does is you get more of the credits, so you can do the armadas less. So
That
no one
is
is
the
getting
definition
more.
of paying better.
Nobody is getting more of the credits that you can spend on these things that have no cooldown
That is
because
false.
they have the ship.
No, that is false, Matters. That is not accurate. You do earn more credits from having the ship and upgrading the ship. That is fact.
When the extra credits you get from the relativity gift in the store is completely swallowed up by the relativity parts.
We're talking about the static and the charged Formation Armada chests. Those improve with every bracket tier of the ship, and they pay substantially more. They are purely tier based. So they pay substantially more as the ship goes up in tier.
Okay, I thought those were up space. The Formation Armada chest, just the regular one.
Those static and charged ones, not the regular.
Yeah,
that one is
the start. That's what I mean. Not the Super Victory ones, but the other one.
Yeah,
static and charged. Okay, I don't know. I missed that. Never mind. I revoked my argument about the relative.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and that's fine. It doesn't undermine your entire argument, but it does support the fact that buying the content improved this loop and gave more credits that are now unable to be used. I think that's a fair thing.
Yes.
Pandapocalypse says, I think people are over dramatic about this, about not having infinite numbers of free 10,000 point alliance tournament tasks. I don't necessarily disagree that this could be, but here's the thing, Panda, that was exclusively for that doesn't go away with this. I could still do that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, I can still do that with the cooldown. I might be able to do it a little bit less, but I can still earn those things. I can still do alliance tournaments. And by the way, that still requires Ops 60. Why are Ops 50s upset about it? Why are Ops 40s upset about it? All right, it's not because of alliance tournaments.
You'd be surprised. People were pretty grumpy about alliance tournaments yesterday. Just saying.
Okay. Fair. He says you could do 2 now, not 10. Well, that's debatable. Depends on how long I'm going to work that cooldown now. But, okay, what does that give me? Let's quantify that. We talked about the credits. We've really got to get off the air. But what does that give me? What is in the Alliance Tournament store? By the way, it's a great store. Don't get me wrong. But what is in there that is also economy breaking? What is in the Alliance Tournament store that must have its sourcing revoked because there's too much coming out of it? What's in there that breaks the economy. It's certainly not your alliance rank, all right, because 10,000 points rarely decides relegation or not. We've already looked at all of the loot counts. I mean, we're talking a difference of hundreds in a place, between 6th place and 7th place. We're talking hundreds of credits, not thousands or tens of thousands. The Alliance tournament is going to circle back to the value that an individual gets out of it for doing that 10,000 point task. So I ask, what is in the Alliance tournament store that is so stupidly valuable that it breaks the economy? I mean, there's some good stuff in there. Don't get me wrong. I love Alliance tournaments. I'm a big fan. All right. It's a great source of officer shards. It's a great source of primes. It's a great source of older content that should be accelerated for players in today's game economy. I mean, honestly, right? The board cutting beam, that's been out for how long? The NX02 skin to get more officer shards from that refinery pool, like that's good. That's acceleration. But it's 10 shards instead of 5. That doesn't break the economy. What about the primes that are in there? Lots of primes. I'm sure that there are a lot of people still buying those primes today. Right? That's got to be it. Acceleration on artifacts. Forbidden Techs. How long has Forbidden Tech came out? You know what? You're right. They're finally loosening up a little bit on Tier Up Catalyst by sourcing the Control Seeker probes. That is how many years old now? And as Shelby points out accurately, it's still time-gated through cooldowns and limited pulls. The Alliance Tournament store is structured also very well. So, I don't think I can get behind Tarpy this being motivated by Alliance tournaments either.
The majority of the people getting the majority of the points, and yes, I know there's the putzes out there that get 150k points every time, who are free to play, but they gave a battle pass to everyone for $20 that had choice rewards for G6 players. They literally let G6 players do all of their tournament tasks through choice rewards if they wanted to for $20. This was not about the tournament tasks.
Very, very good point. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Tarpy. I mean, the only way that this works for Alliance tournaments is that you've got to have your artifact gallery at 60, so that you can get into the remnants. And maybe it helps Ops 60 have that one Ops have another path to easier tournament store, because they won't have the G6 choice rewards until they go to 61. That is the only Ops I could say that there is a distinct advantage of this mechanism that they took away. But other than that, nobody else. Because if you're Ops 61 or above, you've got 85 different other ways to get 150k points per tournament. Like, this is not breaking the bank whatsoever.
All right. Putz, you sound great today, by the way.
Why, thank you. I'm on my head.
Got a microphone, got a real mic. All right, Tarpy, as we get ready to wrap up here, let's go final words, final thoughts.
Spock Monkey, by the way, you should mention something about that whole cardio quest.
Oh stuff. Yeah, it's May, isn't it? Oh yeah. All right, we'll do that here in just a second. We got one last commenter who's absolutely dying to make it on the stage. Whale,
please tell me it's not Juby.
An Op 70 Whale who's going to come in here and tell me why I'm wrong. Cruzito, welcome to the stage from Server 13. Cruzito, tell me why I'm wrong.
So I don't know necessarily that you're wrong. I do think there's a perspective, and after having conversation with the chat today, I think the one thing to look at is who are those that are the loudest about this change? Because I think in the messaging or what's going on there, you're hearing the whales, if you will, speak out. But are they speaking out on behalf of themselves, or are they speaking out on behalf of their teammates that are lower than them? And why I say that is, if you look, there has been the push over the last couple of months, if not a little bit longer, for folks to get into the upper G5 and even to the G6. And has been mentioned before, it is level 60 folks and above that are mostly affected by this, right? Realistically.
Agreed.
And so I think if you look at the game, there have been a significant amount of 60s and above that are going into the game now. And so, you look at the DTI faction store, and yes, I was one of those. I took full advantage where every single day I'd come in and I would collect my pocket watch, and I'd collect my credit time weapon as much as I could. And so now I have probably close to 1,500 of the other whatever those are, so that I can turn them into my disruptors if I choose. But I think the folks that are mostly affected, and Putz is kind of an example, considering that he went to 60, is you have a lot of players like him that are now in that realm that now see this as, oh, I was going to be able to take advantage or get the same kind of things that the whales were, and now I'm cut off on it. And I think what's important is we got to be careful on the language that we're using. As an old mentor of mine used to say, the words matter and how we say them. And I think right now there's a lot of language, well, we can't do that. It isn't that they've stopped us from doing it. What they've done is reduce the amount that we can and how often. Because you can still go in and collect. You just can't do it at, 100,000 at a time. And so I think that's the important part, is to look at who's doing the complaining, if you will, or not necessarily, we'll say protesting. Who's protesting it, and the reasoning behind that? And is it really for themselves, or is it for their teammates? Over.
So my personal response to that would be, as I demonstrated on screen earlier, I do not have a large bank. All right. I definitely don't. I have diversified my investment throughout that store. So I have not taken advantage of, I've not been able to take advantage like I would have had I known this change was coming. See, I take the position of I like to be an educated consumer, Cruzito. Okay. I like to know what I'm buying. Okay. That being said, I would have played the game a little differently had I known that this change was coming. That aside, I am still an advocate for the players who have large banks that are essentially worthless now, because there's nothing that they will ever be able to spend in this. If they continue their income as it is now, they will never be able to spend through those banks, even if they invest in everything. They'll never be able to spend those banks because the cooldowns prevent the dumping of that loot. So anybody who did invest and or bank and or hoard, okay, that is who I'm the biggest advocate for. As mentioned earlier, I empathize with free-to-play, but you can't lose something you never had.
Mm-hmm.
The people who have...
Well, that's not true. Time isn't linear. So
I gotta tell you, when Cruzito said that, it kind of hit it when he mentioned me. It hit me because I literally, like, Saturday I went to 60.
Yeah.
Sunday Sunday and Monday I was kind of just getting everything together, and I realized, and I did my first I'm gonna call him big boy static and charge, and I'm able to hit and kill what I need to keep myself rolling in, I'm flush, right? If I just stick here. And so I looked at it and I was like, today's day one. Today is day one of me getting to start to bank up this stuff and jump into this loop and really take advantage of it. and within 48 hours or less.
Yeah,
it
the
was turned
timing is
off.
bad for you,
Oh,
bro. The
so-
timing is real
so I gotta
bad.
tell
I
you,
get that.
Well, no. I'm just gonna leave it at this.
This is the first sign of the G7 apocalypse, or second, right? Let's go to 60. This happens, like there's 5 more to come before G7 will happen, right?
There you go.
But we're now on, so
That
anyways.
that is my big thing, Cruzito. To answer your question, I certainly would have played it differently. I'm disappointed, but I again can't lose something I didn't have. I do not have thousands of credits. I do not have gazillions of temporal disruptors that I can throw in there because I invested differently. My biggest gripe is twofold. One, for players who have the banks who will now either have to stop playing in the loop. I mean, not have to, but if they do, then they can use what they've already banked up. Or if they continue their income, they'll really never be able to spend it all. And then B, my thing personally just kind of comes down to a big thing that I've advocated for multiple years is being an educated consumer. I want to know what it is that I'm buying. And I don't expect that product to change 4 months after I bought it. I expect that product to be what I expected it to be when I bought it.
Yeah, and if I may give some advice on the communication with them, is I think the approach that you're bringing up is it's not so much that we are really, really, really upset with the fact that they changed it, because honestly, and I think it was probably 4 months ago when we saw it and we said, whoa, that's not supposed to be happening. I think it was on screen and everybody told Griff, hey, don't say nothing, keep your mouth shut. They're watching, don't do it.
Yeah.
I think the big approach would be to, like you said, advocate and explain. It's not so much that we understand that you need to change this because you're coming around to it or you just found it. It should be, can we have a grace period for individuals that have banked up, like you said, for this period of time to go ahead and get rid of that and then have, a month, whatever it is. And I'll argue it's 10 days, give or take, as to when the free-to-play are going to get it. And I get it. It's not going to affect the free-to-play, but as you mentioned, the free-to-play really weren't part of this realistically.
Mm-hmm.
But you have those players that did pay into the content. They could have easily said, we're going to go for 2 more weeks or even until the next arc starts. And then as of this date, we are going to cut it off and then allow people to go ahead and deplete the storage that they had of that or the stash that they had of that. I think that's probably the way to make that argument.
I'm going to agree that there is precedent for future mechanics changes. Remember Chen. All right. Where does she cap out? Level 51 hostiles. Like, remember Chen? Yeah. They announced that was coming almost a year in advance, that they were going to eliminate Chen's effectiveness on future hostiles. I mean, that was very controversial at the time, but they were very ahead of it at that time, Cruzito, saying, hey, Chen is going to end. Putting a cap on Tau, things like that. So, they were ahead. They were ahead of the ballgame on that stuff. I still kind of come back, and I agree, Cruzito, if my compromise is a chance for people to blow the bank, great.
And they missed it. They missed an opportunity, DJs, because they had an event running. What was it, today? Or when it might have been yesterday.
Yeah,
it was today.
Absolutely.
They had an opportunity to get rid of all of those. Like, hey, we have way too much loot in the system that they shouldn't have. Let them blow it. And then after today, right? If they would have came out and said, you know what? We're going to go ahead and start this on Friday or Saturday, everybody would have blew it all out there. They would have got rid of it. And then come Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, people are going to either have to buy packs to replenish it or going to have to earn it another way. So I do think they missed a massive opportunity today to deplete everybody's stash.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
And that will be my compromise position. But I still kind of agree with Shelby in the chat, and that's where my heart lies, Shelby. What does it break? Why does it need a gate? If we're going to treat it like mastery, which is what they wanted it to be. Maybe it's a little faster than what they wanted it to be, but it is still mastery. None of these items break the game. None of these items break the economy. None of these items imbalance the game. These items are older content loops that are coming to a sunset, and I, for one, applaud the fact that they would accelerate those loops and accelerate those methods of acquisition to a point where they are no longer on the list of daily chores to do. I think that is a good move. The game needs more of that. So, I mean, honestly, Cruzito, my number one goal is to convince them that it's not broken. But as a conciliatory backup, they at least need to allow players to blow that bank for sure. Guys, we are 4 hours on the mark on a highly interesting and controversial episode. They almost always are when Scopely does something kind of silly. And in this case, it is hashtag free DTI. Shelby says, don't give in. Don't give an inch. Well, I might have to give a little bit, Shelby. But I will tell you that the conversations have been ongoing. I appreciate those that I have been in touch with. I appreciate, Killer says, weak. I appreciate those that have been in touch with me. I appreciate those that have given me the opportunity to sound off. But I maintain that those are not the people that need to hear it. Those are the people who agree with the voice of the player. And the people who need to be convinced, the people who made this decision, are not yet being receptive to the conversations that need to happen. And I am going to urge those individuals to be receptive, to have the communication, to understand and be open-minded to the points of the community. And at this point, just simply do a little bit of damage control. Okay? Do a little bit of damage control, improve your sentiment a little bit, and realize that it's not necessarily the end of the world. It doesn't break your economy. If anything, it shortens the loop, shortens a lifespan of a retired feature, and gives you design potential on moving forward to newer and more exciting features. That is where we wrap it. Tarpy, final thoughts. Cruzito, thank you very much. Appreciate your commentary. Tarpy, final thoughts as we get ready to wrap up on this, the special news break edition of Talking Trek. What do you got?
I think next month will be very interesting.
I think it doesn't matter because Griffin's not allowed to buy packs. So,
yeah, that's going to be great.
Teach him how to be free to play.
Yeah, he's going to have to be free to play.
Tomorrow.
Listen,
do your things and your scrap.
Maybe he'll be free to play along with a bunch of other people who are not ordinarily free to play because they're all frustrated at things. All right, I don't know what that looks like, but we do know that because of our 24-hour stream, Griffin's not allowed to spend on the May arc, and that's going to give me a lot of fun, a lot of opportunity to poke a lot of fun at him. Just a quick reminder to check out our contest going on at CardioQuest, mycardioquest.com. You can download the game and join the fun. I have not yet begun, Tarby. I've got my treadmill showing up on Monday. I'm going to build it, and I'm going to when I'm doing a podcast, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to walk, and I'm going to thrash Griffin in my steps challenge. Check it out and check out the stream from the other night for you to get a little bit more information regarding our friends over at CardioQuest and how you can earn exclusive and free loot inside the CardioQuest game. It's going to be a lot of fun. My name is UltimatDJz, inviting you to visit our website at TalkingTrekSTFC.com for you to find links over to the YouTube channel. You can find our information over on CardioQuest, and you can find our link to the Patreon, where we're going to invite you to support the show. Not only this show, but also our Studio B channel, where you can find amazing mixes, amazing music, all produced live. These are basically like just going out and picking up an actual live DJ demo. These all come from our Saturday night show. And Tarpy, I just put up, just today, I was behind. I just put up our show from this past Saturday, which was almost a 4-hour show during our 24-hour stream. It was an absolutely incredible show. We had a lot of fun. It was wild. The music was insane. The mixes were nuts. It was a ton of fun, and you would not believe how weird yet interesting and exciting it was. You can listen to the replay for as little as $15 on a monthly Patreon subscription to Studio B, and get access to upwards of 15 hours of content. You realize that's $1 an hour. Like, the phone numbers are more expensive than that. All right, and you can get it all at Talking Trek. stfc.com. Thank you guys so very much for supporting the channel. Talking Trek is a registered trademark and recorded in front of a live studio audience for distribution across podcast platforms everywhere. I am your friendly neighborhood cat person, UltimatDJz. Saying meow for now, love you, mean it. We'll catch you coming up later this weekend. And in the meantime, I encourage polite and peaceful providing of feedback that require unique statements. Do not spam, but feel free to include the everlasting words, #free DTI. Thank you guys very much. You guys have a wonderful night. Catch you on the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, and that puts us out on our podcast. But I forgot to raid, and don't we have to do a little bit of marbles or something? I think I got to give. Don't go anywhere yet. Don't leave anywhere yet. We've got prizes to give away. I've got to
Make
give
sure your shield's up for incursions.
Yeah. Make sure your shields are for incursions or whatever. Can you give your feedback? Can you give the feedbackers my feedback on official matters? What are you saying? What? You want to go give feedback on official? You have at it. I went there yesterday and today, and it was enough for me.
It was a cesspit.
Giving my feedback to the people who are giving their feedback. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you go do that. Go
pick a fight.
Yeah, go give that feedback. All right.
Would you like me to change my username before I start doing that, just so people can't trace it back to the show?
No. You might as well go over there. Everyone knows you're the shill. It's fine. Just go. Everything's fine.
Same Discord account matters. You're not getting away from that.
All right. I'm gonna pull up marbles. We've got oh gosh, we're only 5 giveaways from 100 cruise entries, guys. We need 5 subs. You got to do it. We're gonna give away.
Matters, make up for it.
Yeah,
Spend
matters. Do right by the people. Gift 5 subs, and then we get to give away 110 cruise entries instead of just 10.
I was literally about to push the button.
Broken Wolf.
Never mind. Broken Wolf beat you.
No, I don't want
Boom! Broken Wolf beat you.
Good.
Oh, thanks, Wham. So Broken Wolf and Wham beat you, matters. Thanks for being a slacker. I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm joking. Thank you. And L Count and Maz. Oh my God! Damn!
Oh my God!
Look at you guys. Thank you guys.
Everyone.
All right.
All the people.
So here's what's going to happen. Tarpy, you get to make the call. We've got we hit 2 stream goals. So one of them was 10 cruise entries. Ordinarily, what we would do is like we did on Saturday, top 10, get 1 cruise entry. But then we also hit the 100 cruise entries, in which I would ordinarily take the top 10 and give them 10 each. Maybe we do top 20 and give them 5 each. On the other hand, now we have a total of 110. Tarpy, you decide what's it going to be, how many placeholders and how many spots are they going to win, and do you want to run 1 race or 2? Me personally, I like the idea of 1 race, because that means the leaderboard goes deeper and gives more people the opportunity to place. But then that also depends on how many entries you want to give. We got 110. Personally, I would say let's go top 22 spots and give 5. That's kind of how I think that would be a good spot.
Yeah. I was going to say either that or the first person gets 10, but my brain is not wanting to math enough to make that make sense past that.
So if first place gets 10 entries and then you did 20 more places after that at 5 entries, that would work.
Because it's 110, right?
Yeah, we got 110. So you could do first place gets 10 entries, and then second through 21 gets 5.
Yeah.
Viper says, but
All
what
right,
if
everybody in chat check our math?
Viper says, what if the track you pick doesn't have 22 finishers? Well, then we'll do exactly what we did on Saturday, and we'll just have to run a second race with the remaining number. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, okay, there we go. So 22 finishers. Am I doing the math right? Hang on. I got to check the math. 20.
Let's talk
No,
more marbles.
no, that's not right. It'd be 21.
Yeah.
It'd be number one, and then the next 20 get 5. Number 1 gets 10. The next 20 get 5. So it'd be 21 finishers, not 22. Thank you, Quazel. You're right. I can't math. 21 finishers.
There's a way to screw out that last person.
There you go. Yeah, sorry, number 22. You lose. All right, exclamation point play, everybody. Exclamation point play. You'll have the opportunity to come in and win free entries into the Talking Trek Cruise sweepstakes. Let's go. All right.
Yeah, you don't have the map up. Just,
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry, wrong screen. I'm used to playing marbles on the other screen, Tarpy. See, I'm still learning about.
Oh, yeah, because you messed up all your screens the other day.
Yeah, I moved. By the way, was my eye contact better today? Did you guys like my eye contact when I was reading chat?
Half the time you were rolling your eyes. That didn't really help.
No, that's not accurate. Okay, it probably is a slightly accurate. Game Junior said I had good eye contact. That's how you know someone's being honest with you, They can look you in the eyeball.
Just the one eyeball?
Yeah,
or?
just one. Just one. You only get one.
Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, exclamation point play. Really? Only 88 of you? We still have 250 people in chat. 200. No,
It's
sorry,
not
200
exciting anymore.
271. There's 271 people. We only have 91 in marbles. They all fell asleep.
So we lost like 200 during my rant?
Oh, yeah.
Not quite.
You were extremely detrimental to the show Tonight Matters. I just want you to know. All right.
Only slightly more.
no, that kind of opposition brings a need to be there to like either say something or watch the.
Madrox agreed with you, and so did Riskbreaker. Riskbreaker agreed with you, too. You were not without your supporters, which is why all voices are welcome here. All opinions matter. All voices are welcome. And Tarpy, didn't I say before the show?
Unless you're free to play, and then
I
you don't
want
matter.
somebody to fight with me. I want it. And then Tarpy almost didn't fight with me. I gave her a chance. She almost didn't fight with me.
I was going to yell at you with your free to play comments, but I let it be.
It's been a really long week, dude.
Well, all she needed was Matters to come in and then start it up. Then she came back and she piled on me. She just had to kick me while Matters had me down.
Well, yeah, more fun that way.
Now
she wanted to wait until I was out of breath because of how often I interrupt her.
See, it's strategic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see how that went. So next time we need to let Matters go first, is what you're saying.
What?
We need to let Matters.
I said nothing.
We need to let Matters go first, and then when he wears me down, then you're going to come in for the final strike. Got it.
I would never.
Kill shot.
Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah.
By the way,
how often do he and I actually agree, though? So, like, it's not going to be that big of a deal.
Hey, Ham Sam, is this a U.S. audience-only cruise? Hell no. You have to be able to get yourself to the States, but it's open to, 70-some countries.
You also have to want to.
Our official rules are on the website. Go to TalkingTrekSTFC.com, and at the top of the page, it'll show win a cruise. You absolutely do not have to be domestic to win, but it might be a little bit more expensive for you. You do have to get yourself to Cape Canaveral, Florida in February of 2026. So you get yourself there, I'll get you on the boat. Okay? You get yourself there, I'll get you on the boat. All right? It's time to go. Exclamation point play, everybody. 10 seconds are on the clock. Top 21 winners are going to get free entries into the Talking Trek Cruise Sweepstakes. Here we go.
So what you eating?
A nanner.
And I want to know if he opened it the way he says he opens bananas. What's the evidence?
Oh, yeah, good point.
I opened it from the butt. See, look.
You ate the bananas? You're not allowed to eat the bananas.
What did you just say? Did you just say the word I thought you said?
The bananas. That's what he called it. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Never eat the bananas.
All right, here we go. We're off. Habermeyer is in first place as he hits around Cocaline, K Knowledge, and Bear Butt Al. Bear Butt Al is just the master of marbles. Here he goes. Habermeyer working his way down into our first set of twisty turnies. We got 2 sets of twisty turnies. 3 sets of twisty turnies. Uh-oh, Ginger Bear just fell off. MDB just fell off. Candid Onion, Jado, Twab. There they go. Kaviji, gone. Right off the track. There goes Brett Day, right off the track. Ouchies. We might not have 20 finishers, guys. There goes Demon. There goes Cocaline. What is happening over here? And oh my God, look, there's Habermeyer.
How are they?
Habermeyer is still on the track, still in first place, but is now officially stuck inside a cube. What is happening? He's getting zapped. Habermeyer is trying to get some momentum and trying to get going here. What just happened?
That was a teleporter.
Habermeyer just got teleported back to the back. What just happened?
Eat.
Oh my gosh, there's teleportation portals. That is terrible. He hit a port ring and it took him all the way back to the beginning. Oh man, that is terrible. That is so frustrating. You were right there. You were going to win, dude. And then all of a sudden you didn't. You're like Master Viper and just got yeeted off the track.
I want to see that port ring go again.
That's unfortunate. Hey, there's Putz. Oh, Putz.
Oh.
Putz is dead.
Get him in the ring.
Yeah, Putz just died. Oh, there goes Iron Chef. Iron Chef is dead. Spock dead. Wham dead. Strider dead. Wolfwood dead. Stargazer dead. There goes Habermeyer dead. Doug dead. Karkin dead. Johnny 5 dead. Madrock dead. Guys, did we get 21 finishers? We did.
That's what she asked.
We did. We got 21 finishers. Congratulations. Fredo! Here we go. Fredo. Harry Boat Ride. Let me see if I can get this up here.
That is a good one.
Harry Boat Ride, General Darkfire, Benny Hill's Ghost, Big Guns, Quazel, Risk Breaker, Grouchy Outlaw, Broken Wolf, Barebutt Owl, Ice Wolf, Raj, Shriva, Trader, Mimi, Tricky, Corelius, Wheels, Ham Sam, Picard's OnlyFans, and Everywhere It Matters. Congratulations to you guys.
Hey, I won something.
Hey. What up?
Hey, if you win cruise, I get to heckle you for an entire week.
No, he won't be able to get into the States. He's got on a warrant here. Yeah.
Only one.
Well,
slacker.
Yeah. Are any of the winners already going on the cruise? Not that. Yeah, Bearbutt. Oh, Bearbutt is. Bearbutt, you want me to pass it? Bearbutt is. Yeah, Bearbutt gave all his winners away on Saturday. So that means Schwag is going to get it. Schwag, you just got in, Wag. Schwag. You just got in. You're in.
Oh, guess what? You missed it by one.
Dave's first.
Wait, so we were right the first time. 22.
That was completely by accident, though. All right, congratulations.
Nope.
Fredo, you get 10 entries. Everybody else gets 5 into the Talking Trek Cruise Sweepstakes. Thank you guys very much for sticking around. Thank you for participating and listening to win. There is so many more opportunities, so you guys stick around. Here, I'm going to write it down right now. Top 1 gets 10. Next 21 get 5. Skip Al. Go to Schwag. There you go. Enter. Picard's OnlyFans says pass on mine too. Damn it! I didn't screenshot number 23. Okay, there's Daystros. Daystros,
that
you got
was
in.
Matters.
Daystros gets in.
No, Destros, yeah.
Daystros gets in. Let's see. Also Skip, Picard's OnlyFans. Why? You don't want to go on a cruise? You don't want to go on a cruise? I feel like Picard's OnlyFans would be a pretty popular personality on this cruise ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you would have a little bit of fun with that. All right, guys. Picard's OnlyFans says, I'm sure I'm in Australia. Yeah, that'd be an expensive flight. I mean, still, though, could you get to Florida? I mean, you might have fun. You could get to Florida, and you could... Then you all you got to do is get yourself to Florida. We'll handle the rest. Just saying. Winner, winner, burger dinner. All right, guys. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. So it's time for us to go. Who is online? Who would you guys like to raid tonight? Let me click on the little button over here and see who's online.
Okay, this is such cheerful music.
I know, I like it.
We needed this all
That guy
night.
we raided 2 days ago, he was such a blast. He's so low level and he was enjoying life. Oh, it brought me back.
You know what? I think I want to raid Pika tonight. Pika, the name of her stream is that she is dumpster diving tonight. So I feel like that can only mean good things. Is Itari online? I don't think Itari's not on right now.
You can't bring a dumpster fire to a dumpster dive. Someone will die.
I mean, that's why it's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, wait, is Zero G's on? No, Zero G's is in our chat. Zero G's is not streaming right now. I don't see Itari. Ice Wolf says, nope, Zero's not on. Okay, Daystro says, can we raid a totally different game? That's awesome. Well, nobody that I follow is hanging out. You guys don't want to go look at Pika? I mean, listen to Pika's music?
What?
Don't you want to go listen to Pika's music? Ice Wolf says it's your channel. Yeah, let's go see Pika. We have not raided Pika in a long time, so let's go over there. Okay, that's where we're gonna go. There we go. We're gonna go see Pika. She's listening to crazy stuff, so we'll have a little bit of fun over there. Okay. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you all. What is today? Thursday? I'll catch up with you this weekend sometime. Okay. Arctic Dread says, I love the music. I think it's great. It's called Candy Apples. Oh, my God. Listen, when you guys raid over to Pika, when you raid over to Pika, I want to see all the golden kappas over there. Go crazy with the golden kappas, all right? Spread the golden kappa love to Pika's channel. You guys have a great night. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.